Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki, Aindra Prabhu ki, Samadhi Bhakta Vrinda ki, Sri Sri Gaunitai ki, Sri Sri Krishna Balaram ki, Sri Sri Radha Shama Sundar ki. So we are very fortunate to be here in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And Vrindavan every day is auspicious. But today we are assembled here specifically in order to glorify one of Prabhupada's very dear disciples, very dear devotee of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Sri Radha Shyamasundar. His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki. So today is actually the appearance day of Aindra Prabhu. 1953 he appeared according to Tithi on this day today. So Aindra Prabhu is famous for Harinam Sankirtan, and specifically in America he was in New York for many years doing Harinam Sankirtan in the streets of New York. But in 1986, for the 500th anniversary of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came to India, Mayapur, and then he decided to stay in Vrindavan Dham. And first he also wanted to do Harinam Sankirtan. He also wanted to have a bus and go around in Uttar Pradesh, but then he faced some difficulties, but then he had a wonderful inspiration to do 24-hour Kirtan in our Krishna Bhavan Mandir, which actually was the wish of Sri Prabhupada. And Prabhupada, he had started the 24-hour Kirtan when the deities were installed 1975, and we are going to celebrate the Golden Jubilee by Ram Navami. 1 week program already started with doing Brajmanu Parikrama for the occasion for 12 days. So Prabhupada, he wanted 24-hour Kirtan. And they were doing for some time, but because they didn't have enough devotees to do all the services which were required, so after some time it stopped. And then I had Prabhupada cassette playing Krishna meditation, which was beautiful too. But actually Prabhupada wanted live Kirtan. So then 1986, Aindra Prabhu, he took the firm resolution, Sankalpa, to start 24-hour Kirtan, to restart the 24-hour Kirtan just before Kartik, Vijay Dashami. So that was 1986, and it is continuing up to this day very nicely. In the beginning there was some struggle there because again there were not many devotees, but because of his determination, his enthusiasm, and he was spending many hours doing Kirtan himself, sitting down with the harmonium, chanting the holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So inspired many devotees to take up the chanting of the holy names in Kirtan, but he also requested all the devotees to do japa very nicely. And he himself was chanting every day many rounds. He was trying to chant 64 rounds every day, besides doing many hours of Kirtan in the temple, and besides doing his wonderful worship in his room of his deities, small Gonitai, Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta, Govardhan Shila, Shaligram Shila, at the end 2,200 something, and the Nitai Sachi Sutta, beautiful Gonitai deities who were first in the Sankirtan bus, but at one point they were left behind, so he took them and worshipped them till the end of his life. And on 16 July 2010, by the will of the Lord, so he departed from this world, surrendering to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Nitai Sachi Sutta. So glorious life of Aindra Prabhu. So we are assembled here to specifically, of course, not only for the Vyasa Puja, but to, so to say, inaugurate the beautiful, very beautiful Samadhi, a little bit oversized, but somehow it was passed by the mercy of the temple management. And so very beautiful, traditional and nice painting is there. And the Mahamantra written. So now the devotees who before were maybe not able to so much associate, or especially the ladies, to see Aindra Prabhu, now they can come here every day and offer obeisances, offering their prayers or offering some bhoga or garlands, whatever. So the opportunity will be there. Of course, where the deities are, the ladies are also allowed from 5 to 6, right? 5:30 to 6. Every Saturday, Sunday, 2 times a week. Yeah. So in this way, so he's very much present. Of course, the pure devotees, they have realized their Sarup, so they're always with Mahaprabhu and with Krishna. And they're always there to also give their blessings to the Vaishnavas who are approaching them. So those who are approaching Aindra Prabhu, and just like all Srila Prabhupada, the previous acharyas, then they can actually feel the reciprocation, then they can feel the mercy of Aindra Prabhu, the previous acharyas, and then Mahaprabhu and Radha Krishna. So now we will ask His Holiness Radha Gokulanam Maharaj to say a few words, and afterwards, what's that? Then Maharaj will say a few words, and who else? Okay, Maharaj will speak in Pandal. Pandal this side. So a beautiful Pandal is there. So starting 10 o'clock will be bhajans, Kirtan of the Mahamantra, and then glorification starting at 11:30 till 2:30. And there will be offering of Mahaprasad, so which the ladies are preparing and offering to the deities. That will be offered by maybe 12:31, and glorification can go on. And then there will be Pushpanjali. You have flowers for Pushpanjali? Is enough? Okay, fine. And then also we will have Artik at around 2 o'clock or 2:30. Yeah, 2:30 should be Artik, so glorification should stop by 2:15 maybe, and then we can have Pushpanjali maybe. And then Artik, and then there will be Prasad. Feast at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock in Krishna Hall. Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki. So here we have many samadhis of many wonderful devotees. Vibhu Chaitanya Prabhu, who was cooking for the deities. Naramana Goswami, who was looking after the BBT in Mumbai for many, many years. And then we have Purnachand Goswami, who was preaching successfully in Russia and other places in America. And then Bhakti Madhurya Govinda Maharaj, Prabhupada disciple, who was preaching also in Delhi, Punjabi Bagh. And then we have His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, who was president here in Vrindavan Dham for a few years. And then, by the will of Providence, then he, of course, by the mercy of the Lord, he took sannyas and preached all over the world actually. And he was famous for his wonderful lectures and his wonderful kirtans also. And and then we have Yamuna Devi, Prabhupada's very dear disciple, who was a great cook, great preacher also, and who also was very instrumental here in the beginning of our Krishna Param temple. Srila Prabhupada himself asked Yamuna Devi to order the deities in Jaipur, according to Prabhupada's instructions, so how the hand poses should be of especially Radharani and so on. So she was very dear to Srila Prabhupada. And then we have Brahmananda Prabhu, very dear disciple of Prabhupada, did a lot of preaching. And then His Holiness Bhakti Churu Maharaj, also preaching all over the world, and established a very beautiful temple in Ujjain. And we have Ananta Shanti, who was the first Russian devotee, disciple of Srila Prabhupada, and did preaching in very difficult situations in Russia. And then we have also His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj, who was the GBC practically almost from the beginning of in Sri Vrindavan Dham. And he did a lot of preaching also all over the world. And he has, after Jayapataka Maharaj, is I think number 2 in disciples, maybe 40, 50,000. How many disciples? Yeah, so also very dear disciple of Srila Prabhupada. So we are very blessed to be here. And so now we will ask His Holiness Radha Gokulan Maharaj to say a few words. Hare Krishna.
Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki. On behalf of Shri Radha Shyam Sundar, Shri Krishna Balram, Shri Gaur Nitai and Srila Prabhupada ji, and all the devotees present here, as mentioned by Mukunda Datta Prabhu, our head pujari, we would like to thank all of you to be present in this most auspicious ceremony of the inauguration of Aindra Prabhu's Samadhi. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Aranya Bihari Prabhu and Akinchan Krishna Prabhu. They have been serving very intensely, taking this mission of Aindra Prabhu, along with the many devotees who have been part of this 24-hour Kirtan, despite the fact that Aindra Prabhu is not here, but they have made it a point so that this service desired by Srila Prabhupada, that the 24-hour Kirtan in Shri Krishna Balram Mandir in Vrindavan could continue 24 hours. The management is very, very grateful to this family of 24-hour Kirtan. That is why the management accepted the fact that we should keep the family mood together. Whatever be the situation, it is our duty to care for the family. And we went along that this festival or this inauguration be done on today Prabhuji's appearance day, in whatever way it was desired by the followers of Aindra Prabhu. The management respected that line. I would also like to thank all the devotees who are associated with this Shri Krishna Balram Mandir. Half of this temple is a deity worship of the Lord, which is taken care by Mukunda Datta Prabhu under his guidance for many, many years. I don't know, 25, 30 years. He's taking care of that. Day and night the service is going on in a very exceptional way. So Mukunda Datta Prabhu, today we are fortunate. We have one leader who is taking care of the deity worship, and we have one leader who is taking care of the Kirtan, which consists of the two main pillars of this Shri Krishna Balram Mandir in Vrindavan. It is a pleasure to observe that by these devotees' effort and continuously we connected with many, many devotees, you can go to the temple and you can see so many devotees participating in the Kirtan, chanting, dancing, and it's going on 24 hours. Not everybody can do this service. It is definitely not an easy task. So the management is highly indebted to these devotees. Many of them are there, and they have taken this responsibility, and they are doing it like this. And it is conducted very devotionally also. And by Krishna's blessings, from the time we have started seeing this, it is growing and going on very nicely. That is how it is going on. And we are also happy to see that many of you devotees who are helping and who are respecting this fact that this temple, the mission given to us by Srila Prabhupada in this holy abode of Srimati Radharani, self-conducting this whole operation. So the worship of Shri Shri Radha Shyam Sundar, Shri Shri Krishna Balramji, Shri Shri Gaur Nitaji, Srila Prabhupada, and many Vaishnavas, that service is going on. These devotees who are doing this kirtan, they also respect the fact that there are hundreds and thousands of visitors visiting ISKCON, Vrindavan, and they are maintaining the life. Basically, the devotees and the kirtan is adding life, and it is felt in this temple that Aranya Bihari Prabhu and his team, they are doing. We are indebted to all of you. And we are indebted to all of you devotees who are coming and sitting and participating and helping ISKCON Vrindavan. ISKCON Vrindavan, as of today, it's a family. It has always been a family. But today it is more felt because many, many devotees are going out of their way to do the service. So we respect that. We thank all of you to be here today. Aindra Prabhu has done many services. Prabhuji's services has been exceptional. Many devotees are doing service, but Prabhuji's service had been very dear to the Lord for him to be able to continue this service and till the last end of his life. The management also respected Aindra Prabhu's desire. That is why a place is granted to them so that the worship of all his deities are able to continue. And Prabhuji's presence in ISKCON Vrindavan remains for all the time, and it is being remembered. And this example may be set and followed in different parts of the world. I thank all of you, devotees, to come here. I pray to all of you. It is great for us to have such a great devotee as Aindra Prabhu, and if we can follow in his line. I am personally contact with Prabhuji for more than 33 years. I've been coming here. I had been serving and in close contact with him. So I definitely made a point that Prabhuji's legacy should not be stopped or reduced. And this place, as the Samadhi we are observing now, it has turned up like a temple. It is more like a place where so many devotees are coming, chanting and worshipping. So that is why, respecting that line, everything has gone as follows. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for your kind words, encouraging words. So, ISKCON Vrindavan Temple Management has been really, really kind on all of us, especially 24-hour Kirtan, as Maharaj mentioned. We are like children and they are like fathers. They are taking good care of us. So, and Maharaj has been really, in particular, Golokanand Maharaj has been really, really instrumental and very helpful from the very start. Since the Gurukul building was demolished, the deities were transferred to some temporary location. Then the nice room, nice facility was given. Maharaj gave all kind of facilities, support, ideas, and guidance how we can do it. So very, very thankful, Maharaj. And yesterday I was having a discussion with Damodarashtakam Prabhu, and he was also praising Maharaj a lot. That since Aindra Prabhu's time, since Aindra Prabhu left this planet, Maharaj has taken very nice care of 24-hour Kirtan devotees. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maharaj. So Maharaj will speak in Hindi and I will translate. Maharaj, His Holiness Radhe Shyamanand Maharaj has been a brahmachari in ISKCON Vrindavan for many, many years. He had many close interactions with Shripad Aindra Prabhu, so he would like to share few of those interactions.
Om Jnanam Timirandasya Jnanam Jana Salakya Chakshu Unmelitamena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. श्रीपाद अहेंद्र प्रभु की जय, शिल प्रभुपाद की जय। तो अहेंद्र प्रभु देखा जाए तो वृंदावन के लिए एक आइडियल भक्त थे।
Sripad Aindra Prabhu, if you see, he was an ideal devotee for ISKCON Vrindavan.
मैंने वृंदावन में 1990 में ज्वाइन किया था। उसी समय से मैं अहिंदर प्रभु के बिल्कुल क्लोज में ही था, संपर्क में था। हमारा जो रूम था, अहिंदर प्रभु का रूम भी बहुत 1-2 रूम डिश छोड़ करके ही था।
Maharaj joined ISKCON in 1990 in Vrindavan, and Aindra Prabhu's Maharaj's room was just a couple of rooms adjacent to Aindra Prabhu's room.
तो अहिंदर प्रभु का जो है कीर्तन तो एक आइडियल था ही था। जो भी आता था संध्या की स्पेशल आरती, वो अहिंदर प्रभु के कीर्तन को देखने के लिए वो भक्तगण आते थे।
So evening time, especially in Krishna Mandir, the visitors and devotees used to specially come to attend Sripad Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan.
उनका जब कीर्तन होता था भक्त लोग खिंचते थे, मतलब जैसे कभी कभी होता है कीर्तन से बाहर हटना, लेकिन उनके कीर्तन में हर भक्त एक प्रकार से खिंचते थे।
The devotees used to get so much pulled and attracted towards the Kirtan when Aindra Prabhu used to sing Kirtan.
और दूसरा जो है उनका विशेष करके जो सेवा का था, अहिंदर प्रभु को हमने कभी सोता हुआ नहीं देखा।
The kind of
सोए हुए हैं।
the kind of services Aindra Prabhu used to do. Maharaj is saying that he never saw Aindra Prabhu taking rest or sleeping. Never.
कभी भी नहीं, रात में दिन में कभी भी आपको जो है जब बात करेंगे किसी से, और कभी भी वो संसारी चर्चा नहीं करते थे। किसी भक्त से कुछ बात करेंगे तो फिर शाम के बात किए सुबह मंगल आरती तक चलता रहेगा।
So Aindra Prabhu was so transcendental that he never used to talk anything material with any devotees. And if somebody used to go to his room at evening, he used to start the discussion, and that discussion used to go until morning.
तो उनका जो है क्या नाम है भक्तों के साथ में, और विशेष करके मैंने देखा उनका जो स्तर था वास्तव में थोड़ा ऊंचा स्तर था। वो जब भी बात करते थे हमेशा वो जो है राधा कृष्ण की नित्य लीलाओं की चर्चा करते थे।
His level in the devotional service, his standard was really very, very high. Whenever he used to talk, he used to always talk loving devotional service for the divine couple, Shri Radha Shyam Sundar.
और विशेष करके उनका जो नाम के प्रति जो रुचि था, जैसे चैतन्य महाप्रभु आए थे, अनर्पित चरीम चिरात करुणया वतीर्ण करो समर्पित उन्नतो जल रसाम स्वभक्ति श्रियम हरि पुरट सुंदर दुति कदम संदीपिता सदा हृदय कंदरे स्फुरत हुआ सचिनंदना। तो जो सचिनंदन चैतन्य महाप्रभु आए थे इस ब्रज की भक्ति को देने के लिए आए थे, जो 5 प्रकार की है, शांत, दास्य, सख्य, माधुर्य और वात्सल्य।
जैसे श्री चैतन्य महाप्रभु इस धराधाम पर प्रकट हुए, वो sorry, I'm just repeating Hindi. So Sriman Mahaprabhu appeared on this planet to give the loving devotional service to the divine couple, and he gave that in 5 rasas.
विशेष करके जो टॉप मोस्ट है माधुर्य रस, जो गोपियों का रस है, और विशेष करके श्रीमती राधा रानी।
The topmost is the love of Srimati Radharani, which is Madhurya Ras.
तो अहिंद्र प्रभु को हमने जस्ट माधुर्य भाव में ही हमने देखा। जब भी वो चर्चा करते थे ठीक राधा रानी की सेवा कैसे कृष्ण की करती हैं, सखियां कैसे करती हैं, इसी भाव में ही हमने उनको बात करते हुए देखा।
Maharaj saw always Aindra Prabhu talking in Madhurya Ras, in the loving devotional service of Srimati Radharani, gopis.
तो कभी कभी मैनेजमेंट के साथ थोड़ा बहुत आर्गुमेंट हो जाता था उनका।
Sometimes he has to have some slight differences between him and the management.
प्राय भक्त लोग उनको गोपी ही कहते थे। उनका नाम भी एक प्रकार से भक्त लोग, ब्रह्मचारी लोग उनको गोपी करके ही पुकारते थे।
In the Brahmachari ashram, Aindra Prabhu used to be called as Aindra Gopi.
तो अहिंद्र प्रभु का और विशेष करके जो है उनका राधा रानी को जो ड्रेसिंग करते थे, राधा रानी को सजाने के लिए पूरा शक्ति, सामर्थ्य, बल, बुद्धि जो था पूरा उसमें लगाते थे। जैसे हम लोग कभी कभी सेवा करते हैं एक फॉर्मेलिटी करके जस्ट बाहर, लेकिन वो जब घुसते थे सेवा करते थे, स्पेशली राधा रानी की ड्रेसिंग करते थे, और ड्रेसिंग में वो पूरा कहाँ से आइडिया निकाल करके और उनकी जो है ड्रेसिंग करते थे।
When Aindra Prabhu used to dress Srimati Radharani, he used to dig all the scriptures, take all the details, variety of the details, and he used to put all of his energy, devotion, strength in decorating Radharani. He was not like us. We are just on a sadhika platform. Sometimes we just do as a formality, but he used to do with full of his heart, full involvement.
उनका ड्रेसिंग देख करके भक्त लोग जो है श्रीमती राधा रानी को देख करके खिंचते थे। एक बार हमने सुना था कि कृपालु महाराज अपने मंदिर में आए थे और उन्होंने कहा कि वास्तव में राधा रानी कहाँ हैं, तो राधा रानी है इस्कॉन वृंदावन में हैं।
Once Kripalu Maharaj, who has been a very famous personality in Vrindavan, he came to take darshan in ISKCON Vrindavan, and when he saw Srimati Radharani's Shringar, then he said, if anywhere in Vrindavan, if there is Radharani, that is in Shri Shri Krishna Balram Mandir.
जय श्रीमती राधा रानी की जय, राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय। तो इस प्रकार उनका जो है भगवान के प्रति अच्छा भाव था, और विशेष करके हमने देखा भक्तों के प्रति भी बहुत अच्छा भाव था। हर समय भक्तों को गाइड करते रहते थे वो।
It is not just he had a nice bhav for the deities, he also had a very nice bhav for the devotees. Always he used to keep on taking care of the devotees and guiding them nicely.
हर समय उनका जो भाव था भक्तों की सपोर्टिंग भाव रहता था, हर प्रकार से सपोर्ट करते थे वो।
He always used to support devotees in whatever ways he could.
दूसरा जो है बहुत कुछ उनके बारे में बोला जाए तो एक पुस्तक लिख सकती है, इतना उनका वो है। लेकिन हम इस बात को कह सकते हैं कि उनका जो स्टैंडर्ड था वास्तव में ही उच्च स्टैंडर्ड था।
If I mean there will not be any exaggeration if a book can be written. Maharaj book लिखा हुआ है उनके ऊपर।
हाँ, बुक्स भी लिखा है।
So a book can be written on his biography. And it will not be an exaggeration.
उसका प्रमाण क्या है? उसका प्रमाण ये है कि जिस समय वो शरीर छोड़े थे, हालांकि उन्होंने एक बार कहा था इसी प्रकार कि मेरा अब इस रूम से मेरी बॉडी निकलेगी, ऐसा किसी बात पर चर्चा हुई थी।
Okay, there was a discussion at one point of time. Then Aindra Prabhu said that only my body will leave this room now.
और अंत समय में हमने देखा कि लास्ट में उनका बॉडी ही निकला।
And all of us observed that he actually left his body in his room and the body was taken out.
और बॉडी भी कैसे, आप सोचो, आश्चर्यचकित था मैं भी, क्योंकि मैं ब्रह्मचारी आश्रम लीडर था उस समय। तो हमने जब देखा, जब उनके रूम को तोड़ करके अहेंद्र प्रभु डीटी सेवा के लिए क्यों नहीं आए, क्योंकि सैटरडे संडे उनका रहता था, तो आज अहेंद्र प्रभु क्यों नहीं आए हैं। 6 बज गया, 6:30 7 बज गया, तो मैं था, सनक सनातन प्रभु थे, आदि केशव प्रभु था, और भी कुछ ब्रह्मचारी थे। हम उनके रूम के पास आए, देखा क्लोज है। तो फिर सनक सनातन प्रभु ने कहा कि लगता है कि अहेंद्र प्रभु कुछ गड़बड़ है, इसलिए तोड़ दो गेट को। गेट तोड़े, हम गए, तो उसमें सनक सनातन प्रभु, आदि केशव प्रभु एंट्री किए थे।
So the day Aindra Prabhu actually left, so it was Saturday, and Aindra Prabhu was supposed to address the deities on Saturday and Sundays. So Friday night, this incident happened, and then everybody, Maharaj was a brahmachari leader that time in the ashram, and then it was never a case that Aindra Prabhu will miss his service. So Sanatan Prabhu, Adikesha Prabhu, and Maharaj actually went upstairs in front of the room, and then Sanatan Prabhu just sensed that there is something definitely wrong here. So they broke in the room, and then they saw Aindra Prabhu there.
उस समय अहेंद्र प्रभु, आप समझ सकते हैं किस पोजीशन में थे। जस्ट दंडवत प्रणाम की पोजीशन में थे, पंचांग प्रणाम कर रहे थे।
So can you imagine that Aindra Prabhu was doing a panchanga pranam to his deities?
आदि केशव प्रभु कुछ समय तक सोचे कि लगता है कि अहेंद्र प्रभु प्रणाम कर रहे हैं अपने ठाकुर जी को, गौन्यताई को।
Until then, Adikesha Prabhu was thinking that he is still paying obeisances.
लेकिन कुछ समय इंतजार करके जब उन्होंने देखा कोई हलचल नहीं है, तो उन्होंने हिलाया, और फिर उनको हो गया सब पूरा, मतलब वो मालूम चला के वास्तव में अब ये इस संसार में नहीं है।
So when there was no movement in Aindra Prabhu's body for quite some time, then Adikesha Prabhu touched him. He tried to move his body, and then everybody realized that Aindra Prabhu has left this mortal world.
और आप सोच सकते हैं, साधन करो, भजन करो, मरते जाने जाए, कौन कितना एडवांस है उसका मृत्यु के समय मालूम चलता है।
Who is advanced, how much, that is actually known by the whole world when the person leaves this body.
उस समय उनका जो कॉन्शस था बिल्कुल ठाकुर जी में लगा हुआ था, क्योंकि उस समय की स्थिति में भयानक स्थिति थी, लेकिन हमने उनको बिल्कुल ऐसी पोजीशन में देखा कि नॉर्मल वे में वो भगवान को प्रणाम कर रहे हैं।
So everybody just thought and imagined that Aindra Prabhu is just in a very normal condition paying obeisance to his teachers.
दूसरा जो है, जब लोगों ने सुना कि आइंद्र प्रभु नहीं है इस संसार में, सारे संसार में एक शोक छा गया।
As soon as all the devotees got to know this disastrous news, that the whole world, whole ISKCON world and the devotee community, they were saddened completely.
जैसे परम पूज्य गोपाल कृष्ण महाराज के बारे में जिसने भी सुना वो सब आश्चर्यचकित हो गए।
And in the similar way, when His Holiness Gopal Krishna Maharaj left this world, the whole world was shattered.
तो जो जहाँ था उसी समय विदेशों से यहाँ हजारों की संख्या में कम से कम 4-5,000 भक्त यहाँ पर उपस्थित हो गए थे एक ही दिन के अंदर।
Within one day, more than 4,000-5,000 devotees actually came from all across the world. Whatever time they got the news, immediately they booked their tickets, flew down, drove, etc.
तो इसलिए हम समझ सकते हैं कि आइंद्र प्रभु एक भगवान के बहुत ही शुद्ध भक्त थे, और हम उनके चरणों में यही प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनके चरण की, और उन्होंने जो है आज देख रहे हैं इतना अच्छा संकीर्तन 24 आवर्स कीर्तन उन्होंने इस्टेब्लिश किया है, और आज तक बड़े ही ऐसे लग रहा था कि आइंद्र प्रभु के जाने के बाद में लगता है कि कीर्तन डिपार्टमेंट इतना नहीं चलेगा, लेकिन भक्तों ने क्योंकि उनकी गाइडेंस लिए थे, और जैसे अरण्य बिहारी प्रभु और उनकी जो है टीम आज भी हम देख रहे हैं ठीक वैसे ही जो है कीर्तन चल रहा है।
So when Aindra Prabhu left, then everybody started thinking, might be this 24-hour Kirtan will not last long in Krishna Balaram temple, but by devotees association, by the inspiration from Aindra Prabhu and his blessing, the department is still going on and the Kirtan are becoming nice and powerful.
तो हम भी उनके चरणों में प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उनकी कृपा की यदि एक चरण रज भी हमारे ऊपर होती है तो हमारा जीवन भी धन्य धन्य हो जाएगा। हरे
So we
कृष्ण।
pray at his lotus feet that if one dust particle if we get from his lotus feet, then our human form of life will be successful.
आइंद्र प्रभु की
जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिवार जगच्चार्य श्रोता सत्य शिष्यवत्सला ऐसी भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिवार जगच्चार्य श्रोता सत्य शिष्यवत्सला भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय श्री रूप श्री सनातन भक्त रघुनाथ जी जीव गोपाल भक्त दस रघुनाथ चारि गोस्वामी प्रभु की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवजरी गौरवृंद की श्री राधा कृष्ण गो गोपाल गोपी गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंज राधा कुंज गिरि गोवर्धन की जय, श्री वृंदावन धाम की जय, श्री मथुरा धाम की जय, श्री मायापन धाम की जय, श्री जगलपुरी धाम की जय, गंगा यमुना देवी की जय, भक्ति देवी की जय, तुलसी देवी की जय, श्री श्री गौरी ताई की जय, श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम की जय, श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर की जय, गो प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल, समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय। All glories to the Son of devotees, all glories to the Son of devotees, all glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga, all glories to Sri Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, thank you so much to all the Vaishnavas who gathered here to attend this Samadhi Inauguration ceremony program, and I especially thank His Grace Mukunda Prabhu for kindly guiding us and arranging everything here, and thank you Maharaj for such a nice heartfelt offer. Thank you very, very much. So now the program is for another 15-20 minutes we will have Kirtan here, and in the meantime the Palal in the stage almost ready. So devotees can take darshan, they can offer the obeisance to Aindra Prabhu, and oh wow, we have Radha Madhav Prabhu also with us now. Jai. So welcome to you. So Radha Madhav Prabhu is a very, very dear associate of Aindra Prabhu. Everybody must have seen in many, many photographs, and he has such a deep association of Aindra Prabhu. We will definitely hear from him today. So Kirtan can continue, Prabhuji, for 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Then we will shift the program to the Pandal. They will have Vaishnava again, and Kirtan continue until 11, and then 11 we will start the glorification. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki Jai.
Hare Krishna
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirbishesha Sunyavadi পাশ্চাত্য দেশ তারিণে গুরুবে গৌরচন্দ্রায় রাধিকা ওহি তদালয়ে কৃষ্ণায় কৃষ্ণ ভক্তায় তদ্ভক্তায় নমো নমঃ। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि श्री गौरभक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। जय श्रीपाद आइंद्र प्रभु की, शिल प्रभुपाद की, समवेत भक्तवृंद की, गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। ओहे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर ए दासे करुणा करी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर ए दासे करुणा करी ओ हे वैष्णव ठाकुर दयार सागर ए दासे करुणा करी। সদোগে আমায় দিয়া পদ ছায়া বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর আমার দিয়া পদ ছায়া সদকে আমায় দিয়া পদ ছায়া তোমার চরণ ধরি তোমার চরণ ধরি আমি তোমার চরণ ধরি তোমার চরণ ধরি ও হে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করি ছায়েবে গোদমি ছায় দশ সুধি ছায় গুণ দেগ দাসে ছায়েবে গোদমি ছায় দশ সুধি ছায় গুণ দেগ দাসে ছায় সাত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় ছায় সাত সঙ্গ ছায় সাত সঙ্গ দেহ হে আমায় ছায় সাত সঙ্গ বসেছি সাঙ্গের আসে বসেছি সাঙ্গের আসে ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর কে দাস করুণা করি একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে একাকী আমায় নাহি পায়ে বল হরি নাম সংকীর্তনে তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া তুমি কৃপা করি তুমি কৃপা করি শ্রদ্ধা বিন্দু দিয়া তুমি কৃপা করি দেখো কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে দেখো কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে দেখো কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে দেখো কৃষ্ণ নাম ধনে ওগে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর এ দাসে করুণা করি কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ সে তোমার কৃষ্ণ দিতে পারো তোমার শক্তি আছে তব পাছে পাছে আমি ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ধাই তব পাছে পাছে ওহে বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর দয়ার সাগর হে দাসে করুণা করি বৈষ্ণব ঠাকুর হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ 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 ও হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে 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 রাম 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 হরে 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 কৃষ্ণ प्रभुपाद की जय, समवेत भक्त वृंद की जय, गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So I welcome all of you on behalf of 24-hour Kirtan Mandali, Vrindavan, on the 72nd appearance day of His Grace Shripad Aindra Prabhu. Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki! And I'm very, very thankful for all of you to come in such a large numbers. And it shows your love and appreciation of 24-hour Kirtan and Shripad Aindra Prabhu. And on this onset, the very first thing I would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu and the whole management, ISKCON Vrindavan management, Shruti Kirti Prabhu, Golokanand Maharaj, Janardhan Maharaj, Vishnunam Prabhu, the whole management who always have been really, really supportive, kind and mature in their guidance, in their blessings to 24-hour Kirtan and all the devotees. And I'm sure all rest of the department and their leaders have the similar experience with Prabhuji. So also everybody knows that Panchagoda Prabhu had a very nice and a very friendly relationship with Aindra Prabhu, and he has supported Aindra Prabhu and 24-hour Kirtan since then when he took over this position of temple president, and even in past. And he was the first one to actually come forward and support Aindra Prabhu financially to get his first album released, Vrindavan Mellows 1. So, His Grace Panchagoda Prabhu ki jai. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. And I would like to request Panchagoda Prabhu to kindly just come and say a few words glorifying Aindra Prabhu. In the meantime, since Panchagoda Prabhu comes and takes his seat, I will request devotees to read some excerpts from Aindra Prabhu's book.
One day, around the end of March, the two went into DC to check the bulletin board at a music workshop downtown near DuPont Circle to see if there were any listings of work for musicians. There was nothing available, but on the way home, they stopped at an Indian grocery store where an empty rack of spiritual sky incense caught Eddie's eye. It reminded him of the lotus flower incense he'd gotten from devotees at the anti-war march and gave him an idea. Eddie convinced his friends to drive him to nearby Q Street, 2015 Northwest, the DC Hare Krishna temple. The temple was in a tall, narrow brick building in a tight, packed row of tall, narrow brick buildings with a half-exposed basement, 2 stories, and an attic. You could drive right past it without noticing. He and his friends parked in front and just sat there, staring at the door. Everyone else was too afraid to come in with me, Eddie recalled. They were afraid they would have to surrender to something, and nobody wanted that. But he felt like he was being pulled by some kind of physical attraction. So he got out of the car, walked up to the front entrance, and rang the bell. After a minute, a young man with a shaved head and in orange robes came to the door. "Hare Krishna," he said. "Can I help you?" Flustered, Eddie forgot his reason for coming. "Can I have some incense?" he blurted out. "It's all sold out at the store." "I'll go get some," the devotee said. "Please wait here." When the door shut, Eddie berated himself for not asking for what he really wanted, a Bhagavad Gita. Then it opened again and out came the devotee. "We don't have any incense left," he said, "but maybe you'll be interested in this, the Bhagavad Gita." Eddie was shocked and thrilled. How had the devotee known what he'd wanted? It must have been some kind of divine arrangement.
Andra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. So miraculously, after so many years of Aindra Prabhu passing away, we got permission, and now finally we have our Samadhi. I came in 1993 to live in Vrindavan, and Aindra Prabhu's. You can see the intensity of his kirtans and his focus in understanding the message of Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. He was eccentric. He one time gave a very powerful talk, the hell with the rituals, the hell with the sacrifices, and the hell with all, management. But he was focusing on the holy name and calling out Krishna's name. He took great pleasure in being in Krishna Balaram Mandir, dressing Radha Shyama Sundar. Although, there was some, ecstatic symptoms always being manifest, it's not something you can imitate. He was also very strict with his followers, and he was always very respectful with Matajis. He was never just over the top or overly rigid. Of course, very, very dedicated, Vanaprastha Sannyasi, Goswami, living in Vrindavan, very renounced. And when we would be together in the room with Sachi Sutta and thousands of Shilas, it was very intimate, and he would speak beautifully about the importance of Krishna consciousness and taking it seriously, that without making a strong endeavor for following Prabhupada's program of hearing and chanting the Bhagavatam, the Gita, Krishna's personally speaking, guiding us. Srila Prabhupada is giving us a process of self-realization. And Aindra Prabhu, like a Parivrajikacharya, he wanted to spread the holy name all over the world. He was very keen and eager to broadcast the message of Godhead. That is the only reason he was making the CDs, so people can hear the holy name and the excitement of all the devotees who are together. Even many of the youth who have never even met Aindra physically have been moved and inspired for the Kirtan and to be part of a exciting movement of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan mission. It's the essence of everything. Of course, that is an austerity, to chant nicely with and to behave properly in Krishna consciousness. So it'll come. I can speak loud. I got a big mouth. Hare Krishna. So the Goswamis, they set the example by performing the kirtan, by translating and giving us this Bhagavad Katha. But this is most important, to have sadhu sangha. When you're in the association of devotees who have dedicated their lives for assisting their spiritual master to spread the sublime teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu all over the world, they are to be honored. And to show respect to the Guru is one thing, but to show respect to all the followers and sadhus. Lord Chaitanya is setting the example. Trinadapi sunichena tarorapi seshuna amanina manadena kirtaniya sadahari. We want to chant the holy name all the time, want to hear the holy name all the time. But we have to learn to honor others, respect others, and meek and humble. So we're all trying to appreciate more and more this sadhu sangha, the kirtan, and glorification of a empowered personality. Unless someone is empowered by the Lord, they cannot spread the holy name. So Krishna is empowering those who are reciprocating. Yeyatamang prapajate tangs tataiva bhajamyaham. Aindra Prabhu was sold out to Srila Prabhupada and sold out to the holy name. And he wanted that everyone should work hard, enthusiastic. In the early days, he did many, many hours of kirtan by himself with a few others. but he endured the austerity and tapasya because he understood that this is the Yuga Dharma. Kali Kalira Dharma Krishna Nam Sankirtan. So this is a wonderful focus and a wonderful place to be in Sri Vrindavan Dham in the 24-hour Kirtan, glorifying the general who has led forward this nice Sankirtan Yagya. Harinam Sankirtan. Aindra Prabhu ki. Thank you. Yeah. I'd like to invite Sikhi Mahiti Prabhu. He is a preacher, also temple president in Atlanta and many organizational activities, serving Srila Prabhupada's mission with great enthusiasm and determination. So we'll be honored to... He said he was here earlier, my representative, but I was a little late for the ceremony, so thank you.
ISKCON already had many centers, and with thousands of devotees throughout America and Europe, Srila Prabhupada could not always be directly involved in each temple's affairs. So it wasn't uncommon for him to acknowledge his acceptance of new disciples by mail, sending their spiritual names, and directing the local temple leaders to perform the initiation ceremonies. On January 16th, 1974, Prabhupada wrote to Damodar, I have accepted as my disciples those devotees recommended by you, and their spiritual names are as follows. Edward Stryker, Aindra Das, Haribol, Neil Kollmeyer, Nilambar Das, James Mashuga, Jagar Das, Pamela Mashuga, Padma Malini Devi Dasi. Now instruct them very seriously about their responsibilities, to promise to follow the 4 prohibitive rules and to daily chant 16 rounds means they cannot deviate. You can hold a fire yagya and inform them that in promising before the deity and before the spiritual master, one cannot later break the rules without being punished, just as in the law court one is held for perjury. If we simply follow these instructions, however, spiritual life becomes very simple, and we can go back to Krishna in the spiritual world at the end of this life, which is the success of the human life. You may send their beads for chanting to Kirtanananda Maharaj. Shortly thereafter, Srila Prabhupada granted Aindra second Brahman initiation, conveying the Gaudiya Vaishnav Gayatri mantras to him via cassette recording. By then, Aindra was the most senior brahmachari in the temple, which had moved from Q Street to a prestigious location in nearby Potomac, Maryland.
Om Jnana-timirandjasa Gananjanansalakaya Chakshulnetam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakapatubhisha Kripa Sindhu Bevacha Patitanam Padme Vaishnavi Namaha Sripad Aindra Prabhu Ki. I knew Aindra Prabhu before he became well known for his service of Kirtan. Of course, our movement is based on Kirtan in the spreading the holy name. Pritivichi ati yatra nagaradigram savacha pravita habimoinam. So as I've been stating lately, this verse is really indicating Srila Prabhupada. Every town and village, he did it. So when you say Prabhupada, just like when you say Krishna, he's not by himself. So he has so many followers who come to execute particular parts of his mission, for sure. And Aindra Prabhu was definitely, became clear later, this was his mission. As we know, Prabhupada arrived in New York. He had his case of about 40 sets of first canto of Bhagavatam in 3 parts, his cartels. And he began his movement with, he put his books in the bookstore because, you know, nobody knew about selling on the street. And he took his cartels and he would sit under a very nice tree in New York City, Tompkins Square Park. And he would chant, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Only one tune in those days. That was it. There wasn't any up, down, just changing melodies. Just sometimes he would sing like that for 5 hours. We can barely do 5 minutes one tune, right? We have to change them. So, and people would come, their broken instruments, all kind of things. Everybody would just chant. So the movement was launched. Of course, Mahaprabhu brought this holy name. Prabhupada carried it on. But the holy name in the form of chanting, the Sankirtan, as we know, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur introduced Brihat Mardanga. We have a Mardanga, but Brihat Mardanga, same Kirtan, but now in book form, because it's spread faster. People hear the holy name, oh, that was interesting, and they go about their business. If they take the book, it'll stay and it'll go so many places. So eventually the movement went from chanting on the street, devotees would chant, they began selling back to Godhead, getting more money, then printing the big books that Prabhupada wanted. All that extra money was, you'd be surprised, it wasn't used to build nice temples in America. In Atlanta, we still have the same building from 1975. All that money sent to Vrindavan, Mayapur, so many. So Panchagota, you have to send us some money, okay? So you can build a nice temple in Atlanta. Like that. Okay. So as a result, everyone had to do book distribution. I joined up almost same time, Aindra, a little after. And we only did Harinam just for the Back to Godhead magazine photograph. Otherwise, everybody on books. Everybody. Now we understand why there was a certain urgency where money and things were needed. So I met Aindra in that way. He was on Radha Damodar traveling parties, 6 Greyhound buses converted to temples with Gaura-Nitai deities, full deity worship. 7 artiks on the bus, 20 brahmacharis, 1 person cooked, 1 artik, everybody else selling books. So Aindra was like that. And I remember he'd come through Chicago as brahmacharis, we all exchanged, oh wow, how is it traveling with the Maharaj? Oh, this and that, and so many things. Eventually, Srila Prabhupada's Leela, physical Leela ended, and of course, the 24-hour Kirtan began here. At that time, I was here in 77, for the Gaura Pranim Festival when Prabhupada became gravely ill. And he said, start 24-hour Kirtan. So when we came to Vrindavan for the second half of the festival, I had the assignment of chanting from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. by myself. So not like now so many people, it's just basically just foreigners. No Indian people coming at that time. And then Prabhupada passed away, the Kirtan kind of went to the side, and we're all trying to figure out what to do, how to serve, how this movement can go forward. And I was in Chicago, Aindra Prabhu, I remember coming through, I think I was simple commander at that time. And he wasn't leading Kirtan, this was us getting up to. He wasn't leading Kirtans in those days. As a matter of fact, in Chicago, our temple president was one of the first to send devotees to India to learn how to play the instruments. Nobody could really play. You just kind of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Those were great kirtans. That was it. So Chaitanya Charitamrita came out. It talked about how the kirtans are organized. So many kartels, so many this. So he said, yes, let's do like that. So he sent devotees to learn. So when they came back, you had to be authorized to play Mridanga. You had to be authorized to play cartels, what to speak of leading. You'd be surprised to know Aindra was not authorized. So sometimes you get in trouble. You pick the cartels up, you know. He picks the cartels up. I said, what are you doing? Put those cartels down. Go wash pots. Bossing them around like this. Anyway, movement goes on. Many of us went through so many different things. Aindra began to pick up the kirtan. Of course, he was an expert musician before he was a devotee. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, which we didn't know. And I went to, got my karmi job more or less. So by 2009, I believe that Vrindavan Mellows was coming out on the CD. And I heard that. It was extraordinary, right? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. That kind of Bengali Vrindavan. Oh, just touch your heart. I said, wow, who is this Aindra? I didn't associate it with that Aindra. I thought it was some Indian singing. So by 2005, I was able to come to Vrindavan. And the first thing I did, I said, I want to find this Aindra who's singing like this. And I wasn't aware he was here doing the kirtan. And someone put, oh, that's Aindra. This person is singing like this. So I greeted him. He saw him. I go, wow, Aindra, I didn't know. I said, this is you? Yeah. I said, put down those cartels and go wash some pots. What do you think you're doing? He laughed because, and he told me about his service here. And I was like, wow, whoever knew that, the Leela manifests later, right? It's like Prabhupada. Most of these acharyas, when they appear, with the exception of Bhaktisiddhanta, you don't know who they are until they disappear. Then it becomes apparent who they are. So who knew? So he took me to his room, showed me his Sheilas. I go, wow, you sure got a bunch. I just got the one. Take some more. I said, no, I just take the one. I don't need any more. And anyway, didn't get much more association. I was hoping because I stopped working in 2008, but it was, anyway, too late by then. So I'm truly amazed to see that transformation, not the transformation, but, the manifestation of his Leela, that his purpose, and it's still inspiring so many to this day. And very extraordinary. So anyway, I offer my obeisance unto him, and I pray that somehow or another he didn't take offense for me making him wash pots. He should be leading kirtan. And if he can bless me to be able to continue offering some service to Srila Prabhupada. His great Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki. All glory to the assembled devotees.
Thank you so much, Shikimati Prabhu, for such a wonderful offering and glorification. Now I request His Grace Gadagraja Prabhu to glorify Aindra Prabhu with his kind words.
Where's Sachi? So, we don't have enough time to actually explain Aindra. But any of you you played Madanga for Aindra, right? Isn't it? So this is the Kirtana Vatican. So, like Panchakota said, Aindra used to dress Radhe Shyam here. And so one day, Aindra had a real pearl necklace, not plastic. And he said, come here. He said, come. Put this on Radharani. This is not working. Is it working? Haribol. So he gave me the necklace, this pearl necklace. He said, put this on Radharani. Now, if you've been on the altar, it's another world. So I climbed up. I didn't think I would make it. I thought I would leave my body, actually. So I climbed up and put the necklace on Radharani. It's called Aindra's Mercy. So one day I said to him, where did you get that melody? And he said, oh, it's raga. So he must have had some book with the ragas in it from the Vedas, because he had so many melodies, spontaneous all the time, so many melodies. And one day, Vrindavan, Vrindavan's not here. So Vrindavan was one of his Mridanga players. Vrindavan was one of his Mridanga players. And because Aindra sang every day. And just before Gaur Artik. And but Vrindavan wasn't there yet, so Aindra wouldn't start the kirtan without Vrindavan. So he screams out, Vrindavan, Vrindavan. So they finally brought Vrindavan, then he would start. Vrindavan was a little bitty boy then. I don't know how he could play with Aindra for hours. Remember Vrindavan when he's so little boy, and he could play with Gopal. Where's Gopal? So if you've ever, after Kirtan, he used to go outside Aindra, where the walk is there, by Radhe Shyam. And if you look in his eyes after Kirtan, they were blazing. They looked like yellow sapphires, just blazing. So now I'm suffering too much Vilpalamba. I can't talk anymore. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your heart-touching offering, Vidakrishna Prabhu. Very grateful. Thank you so much. So now I will request His Grace Apurva Prabhu. Apurva Prabhu and Kamalini Mataji, they are parents of Amal Harinam Prabhu, the renowned Kirtaniya of our 24-hour Kirtan. He has spread its holy name in so many cities, so many parts of the world. So I will request Apurva Prabhu to come. In the meantime, Raj Prabhu will read something.
Devotees were distributing books in record numbers, and Prabhupada was appreciating their service. In Richmond, Virginia, later in Minnesota, and then Chicago, Aindra was distributing 20 books and up to 400 back to Godheads daily. It seemed to him like a good output, but it wasn't much compared with other Radha Damodar devotees who were selling dozens of books. To some of the bus leaders, Aindra seemed too shy, too sensitive, and too pensive to be successful. Even though Aindra did not distribute as many books as the others, the bus party devotees respected his sincere devotional attitude. Dravi Naksha Das knew him as an unassuming, quiet, humble book distributor who never put himself in front but humbly did his service without looking for recognition. At the end of each day, especially during big pushes like the annual Christmas marathon, devotees would assemble to hear the Sankirtan scores, an account of books distributed and money collected, counted in Lakshmi points. For Aindra, it could be a humbling experience since there were quotas that devotees were expected to meet and he didn't usually meet them. One evening, when the bus leader announced the scores, some devotees had collected over 200 points, some over 300, and one or two over 4. Each time a score was announced, everyone cheered. As the devotee's name were called, Aindra became increasingly nervous. Finally, he heard his own name, then silence. What's this? The leader asked. $20? Is this a mistake? Aindra stood up. No, he said it's not. It must be, the leader countered. You went out all day long during the Christmas season and all you collected was $20? Aindra nodded. That's ridiculous. Aindra just stood there trying to look the devotee in the eye. Well, he tried to explain, I guess I had trouble with my mind. Trouble with your mind? Yeah, he offered. I guess I wasn't so determined. You weren't so determined? Well, he said I was having difficulty, and I sat down and read. No one said a word, no one moved. I guess I was just in Maya. The leader walked up to Aindra and slapped him across the face. Get out of Maya, he ordered. Afterwards, another of the temple devotees came over to Aindra to offer support. I hope you can overlook what happened, he said. That's not the right way to inspire someone. Aindra just looked down. It's okay, Prabhu. It didn't hurt that much. Krishna is correcting me. He was soon transferred to another bus, then another. After a while, he felt like he was playing musical buses like the game of musical chairs, changing every few months. Each bus had several satellite vans, each van with the leader and 2 men going from one town to the next. Since he was one of the less successful collectors, Aindra usually served as pujari for the deities of whatever bus he was on, the service he had previously declined.
Om Jnana Gana Salakaya Chakshun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. On this most auspicious day of the appearance of His Holiness, His Grace, Aindra Prabhu, I'm remembering seeing him first in the Radha Govinda Mandir when he had his special traveling kirtan makeshift cart, and it was the first time that I got an opportunity to go on that traveling cart, and I really got his commitment to distributing the holy name worldwide in the streets of New York City. That was a most ecstatic time for me. I went out a few times to join him in his special cart festival. But most of my association came, of course, both my wife and I were always listening to his CDs that were coming through. And through those CDs, my son, Amala Harinam, became very intensely attracted to coming and joining the Harinam party here in Vrindavan. So he was only 18 years old, and he requested that we give him a flight it was a round-trip ticket to stay for 1 year here in Vrindavan with Aindra Prabhu. And it was going very, very wonderfully for him. He immediately became attached to the holy name and also to his service of chanting, playing the drums and kartals. He was very expertly, what do they say, like Aindra's, I wouldn't say protege, but his eager student. And Amal himself was so attracted to staying here in Vrindavan. After 1 year, his ticket had expired, and he called us and said, should I forfeit the ticket and stay? And we said, yes, go for it. Stay with Aindra Prabhu, and your life will be sublime. And I think that was about 2009. In 2008, 1 year before my wife and I were commissioned to come to Vrindavan and take charge of the MVT restaurant there. So we were there for about 9 months. And during that period, we had many ample opportunities to experience the mercy of Aindra Prabhu and be in his association. He was very, very kind to us, and he always encouraged us to chant the holy names. One specific event that I'll never forget was when Aindra's birthday came. That was amazing, because not only did he personally cook, he was involved in cooking all the preparations on his birthday. But that day, he didn't take any prasadam till after everyone had taken, and he personally served each and every one of his godbrothers and godsisters, served us prasadam. And that was very, very wonderful. What else? He was always concerned that we stay in Vrindavan. 2 days before I had to leave, he came up to me. The curtains were closed in the temple room. I guess it was after 1 o'clock, 1:30. And he told me, don't leave Vrindavan. And I said, I have to, my ticket is up. And he said, you can go back to the West, but only for preaching. Otherwise, you should come back and stay in Vrindavan. This is your home. This is your seva in this life. You will benefit. On one occasion, I told that story about Amal. Oh yes, Amal himself was developing quite a strong attachment to Aindra Prabhu, and actually he came to him and asked him if he would initiate him, and Aindra said, I'm not initiating, so I cannot do that service. But my son, his heart was always with Aindra Prabhu. He always wanted to have him as his guru. And as he was living here, though, he wanted to perform deity worship. So he took initiation actually from Bir Krishna Goswami. But he said, my main guru is Aindra Prabhu, but because he's not initiating, you can please accept me and I will be your disciple also. So he did that, and ever since that time that he was in Vrindavan, my son has taken up this service for his life of distributing the holy name around. And also, whenever he does a kirtan, he also gives some tribute to his Shiksha Guru, Aindra Prabhu, and speaks some nectar about his association here in Vrindavan. It was a very special time. 2 years he spent here, and that created his service for the rest of his lifetime. This is where he began, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Aindra Prabhu for really giving his quality time, his instructions, and his mercy to my dear son Amala Harinam, and making the holy name available in his heart so that he could distribute it around the world and give this mercy to others. So thank you, Aindra Prabhu. All glories to your transcendental loving service, to the holy name, to Sri Vrindavan Dham, and the 24-hour Kirtan, which has remained fully intact. All glories to Sri Aindra Prabhu Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu, for your kind words and glorification of Aindra Prabhu. I'll request Kamalini Mataji, good wife of Sri Sapurva Prabhu and mother of Mama Harinam.
It is this Sankirtan which is the life and soul of our movement. Srila Prabhupada had written Shrudadeva. Sankirtan and book distribution should go on together side by side.
Hare Krishna.
In parallel lines, he wrote to Govinda Dasi, I am always glad when these activities are increasing and my pleasure is always increasing. The idea of Brihad Kirtan seems to indicate that book distribution takes precedence over Nam Sankirtan. Aindra continued, but you have to carefully understand the whole meaning. Book distribution is Brihad Kirtan in the sense that the words in a book have greater audibility. They can reach a larger audience. Nam Jap gives us the power and purity to be able to propagate Krishna consciousness in a real way. Similarly, Nam Sankirtan may seem to have a more limited range of effect than the distribution of a book, but the truth is that Nam Sankirtan empowers individuals to change the world. It is the Yuga Dharma. Yes, we agree that book distribution is our number one business. But why? Because it promotes the Yuga Dharma Nam Sankirtan. We have to continue performing Nam Sankirtan while distributing books about it, or else the people reading the books will see no living example of what they are reading and have no opportunity to participate in it. In another talk, Aindra reiterated, why did Srila Prabhupada stress book distribution? Because book distribution is for the purpose of philosophically convincing others to join Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan party.
Om Jnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Gena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I also had that opportunity to go on his flatbed truck that he had for Harinam in New York, going all around New York City. But when we were here in 2009 until 2010, there were quite a handful of young American men in the 24-hour Kirtan party. And once we had a little home program in the little apartment at NVT, and he came to speak just to them, to the youth, and he was being very heavy with them, like telling them that they're nonsense and, they're not serious, they're not reading Prabhupada's books. And I was like, wow. I said, these children, all of these are born devotees. They're not just ordinary. He said, they're born in the movement. He said, so are the cockroaches and the mice. So what does it matter? That taking birth isn't everything. And he also, like my husband said, encouraged us to stay here. He said, you can, because I distribute books, and he said, just distribute books here, because then for every one book you distribute, that's like distributing 1,000 because everything is magnified 1,000 times in Vrindavan. And so I was fortunate too to attend the 6:30 Artik. Well, before the Artik started, right? Every night he would come and lead the kirtan. And also, I just want to say that when Aindra Prabhu left, in my whole life, including Srila Prabhupada even, that nobody affected me. Nobody's disappearance had such an effect upon me as his. And you know why? Because he was the hero of our youth. And like he lifted them up, and gave them this purpose of the holy name and purpose of being in Vrindavan. And then just I was so pained that they lost their hero. And and I never experienced such grief ever before. For like 2 weeks every day I just was crying and crying that for them, for the youth, that they lost this person who meant so much to them and who kept them engaged, right? To live in the 24-hour kirtan ashram, they had to chant 16 rounds and of course follow the principles. So like he really gave them spiritual life in a very real way that they didn't have before that. And so I was very grateful for that. And then like my husband said it was his last Vyas Puja in March of 2010. And he didn't cook all of the preps, but he helped, but he served everyone, not just god brothers and god sisters. And then when he came to the ladies, he distributed sweets and he said, "Sweets for the sweeties." So although, like he said, I have the kind of a reputation of kind of being a woman hater, maybe, because he was such a staunch brahmachari, but actually he had great regard and respect too for the women who are serious devotees. So this is a wonderful occasion here, and I'm thankful that I get to be here today. So, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kamalini Mataji, for such a wonderful offering. A fruit, the quality of a fruit decides the quality of the tree. So Amal Harinam has such wonderful qualities those qualities are coming from these two trees. Thank you so much for giving such nice sanskaras to your son. We are very, very grateful to you and Aindra Prabhu that you have given us Amal Harinam, who is such a powerful Kirtaniya for our whole community. And there's water in the front side as well as on the back side. So when you feel thirsty, so kindly just facilitate yourself. Now I will request His Grace Radha Madhav Prabhu. Please come, Prabhuji. Radha Madhav Prabhu has been a very, very close associate of Sripad Aindra Prabhu. He needs a kind of no introduction, but he is the one who has helped Aindra Prabhu in so many projects. Panchagura Prabhu is saying that he makes you smile because as a profession, in his profession, he used to be a dentist, and he has, a kind of renounced all the practices of dentistry, and now he is residing in Sri Radhakund Dham for many years. Prior to that, he was in Barsana, and Aindra Prabhu has played a very, very key and instrumental and very important role to influence his life and many, many more. And Prabhuji is an ocean of so many pastimes and incidents and stories. So I would request Prabhuji, there's no time limit for you. You can please go on and just drown us in the ecstasy. Thank you.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine
Namaste Shripad Aindraya Namarasa Vinodine Nitai Janva Sarvasva Shri Radha Swasara Sangine. So on this most auspicious appearance day of our beloved Shripad Aindra Prabhu, I would just like to share 3-4 things from the ocean of pearls of association that we got in the association of Aindra Prabhu. So I'm kind of just repeating what I really heard and learned from him. First of all, Aindra Prabhu was once telling us that the appearance of their lordships and the appearance of the devotees is non-different in one sense. And then he quoted this verse, which was his one of very favorite ones from Chaitanya Charitamrita, about the appearance, about the reason for appearance of Sriman Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And Aindra Prabhu said that, prema rasa niryasa korite aswadana, rag marg bhakti loke karit prachar, Shri Krishna Rasika Shekhara Krishna Parama Karuna Ei Dui Ichha Karana Hoite Udgama. So basically, the main reason for the Lord's appearance, which Aindra Prabhu said is also not different from the appearance of his devotees, is to first of all internally relish the transcendental mellows of Prema Mai Seva, to the lotus feet of their Ishta, Sri Sri Radha Sham Sundar. And along with this internal relishment of their exchange of these mellows with the Yugal, at the same time it is a natural expression of the devotees to then kindly share these mellows with others. And that is how they are able to spread through Ragmarg what they are truly experiencing in their internal bhajan. So very rightly we could see that how Aindra Prabhu was in his own internal bhajan very fixed and relishing the deepest mellows in his own bhajan to his Ishta Sri Sri Radha Sham Sundar, to his dear Nitai Sachisuta. And then as a natural expression of his own internal bhajan, we could see that this was very much expressed in his kirtans. And all the devotees who somehow came in contact with Aindra Prabhu through his kirtans or through his discourses or personal darshan association, they could very much be blessed by this spontaneous attraction to the lotus feet of their lordships. One time I am reminded, while we were very mercifully engaged by their divine will and mercy in printing and publishing of Aindra Prabhu's book, The Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution. So when the very first the manuscript it came out, so there were 2 copies. One was with Aindra Prabhu and the other one was with me. And both of us were supposed to go through a sort of proofreading. So after about a week or so, when I came to Vrindavan, Aindra Prabhu was standing in front of Sri Sri Radhe Sham Sundar taking darshan. And then I went close to him and offered my pranams to him. So instantly Aindra Prabhu, he asked me, did you get a chance, Radha Madhav, did you get a chance to go through the book? So I said, yes, Aindra Prabhu, we've gone through. So he said, have you come to the 3rd chapter? The book, if some of you have read and if those of you have not read, it has 4 chapters named the Heartfelt Effusions. So he said, have you come across the 3rd chapter yet? So I said, no, not as yet. I'm just finished with the 2nd one. He said, "Oh, okay. The reason why I asked you was that somehow when you read the third chapter, you will know that although not so much willing, but somehow my Nitai Sachisuta have forced me to express the most internal exchange of my bhajan uh, in in this chapter through my book." He said, because since the time of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, no one has really opened about one's own internal bhajan so openly, sharing it for the benefit of others. So basically, what he was referring, which I later read and realized to some extent by his mercy, that Aindra Prabhu, through his bhajan, he had realized his Swarup completely. He has reached the stage of complete perfection, and not only that he has realized his name in the Nitya Leela, and but also his Premamai Seva, Nitya Seva to Sri Sri Radha Krishna. So many times, sometimes it's actually without the mercy of such great personalities, it is almost impossible to understand who they really are and have really some good idea about what is their transcendental position. And sometimes Aindra Prabhu, although he was expressing and sharing the greatest expressions of Vedic literatures such as Srimad Bhagavatam, but sometimes because of our lack of understanding, we don't understand them and we rather completely misunderstand them. At the Disappearance Day festival celebrations of Srila Prabhupada in 2009, when Aindra Prabhu said that, as Panchagoda Prabhu also mentioned, that he said that, when he repeatedly said to hell with and to hell with, which is a part of his book, he was actually sharing with us the greatest secrets of Srimad Bhagavatam, which actually meant that what is the use of everything, whatever it may be, if one has not attained really, that transcendental love and attachment for the lotus feet of Sri Radhesham Sundar, if one has not realized that Kirtan is our bhajan, and if one has not realized really, the importance of staying and practicing devotional service in Sri Vrindavan Dham. So basically speaking, what we understand that there is no discrepancy, there is no difference between the expressions and the speeches and teachings of a Param Vaishnava, a Bhakta Bhagavad, and the Grantha Bhagavad. So Aindra Prabhu is truly one such great personality, and we all are very fortunate that somehow our lives became completely blessed by his presence. One or two things more quickly. I'm remembered of one more thing that I'd like to share with you. This is the last time I met him in his room, just 5 days before he entered Nitya Leela. This is on Sunday, 11th of July, and 16th July, Aindra Prabhu entered Nitya Leela. So there was one devotee which I remember who was visiting India. He must be of Indian origin, but he was based in Sharjah somewhere, and he visited Aindra Prabhu with his 9-10-year-old son, and we were in the room. He came for darshan, and he was first of all sharing with Aindra Prabhu how his life has completely changed by hearing Aindra Prabhu's kirtan and taking his association actually from a distance. But then he was giving a report that by your mercy, we are trying to do kirtan and have regular programs while I'm in Sharjah. The environment is not very conducive, but we are trying our best. And he went on for a while, and then he asked for blessings for himself and his son, that maybe by your blessings, we may continue to spread the holy name as you always inspire us. So I was always very, very much
impressed at how Aindra Prabhu really replied. And when he replied, I always felt in my heart that only you can say something like this, Aindra Prabhu. So to this, Aindra Prabhu replied to this particular devotee. He said, what's the use of trying to spread the holy name like this? What's the use of doing Nam Sankirtan like this? I think rather than making this not so perfect attempt to spread the holy names, it would be much better that you rather, cry at the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna and first develop some real prema in your heart. He said, because until and unless you have your Ishta, the Yugal, Sri Radha Krishna, take the position of the Paramatma in your heart, what he meant was that he was telling them that you kindly try to be pure devotees first of all yourself. And then what will happen is that the divine couple, being attracted to your pure devotional mentality, will come and take the position from the Paramatma in your heart, and willingly the Paramatma will give the seat to the Ishta now, the Yugal Kishore in your heart, and will leave your heart, and then the divine couple are now the Ishta and present as the deities in your heart. And he was quoting through Srimad Bhagavatam scriptures how this happens. This is, Lord Brahma in his stuti from the 3rd canto. And then he said, when you have the Ishta in your heart like this, then there will be then there will be not so much need for you to really go and request people to come and join the Kirtan. Rather, the super soul, the Paramatma in the heart of all the living entities will drag them, because they want to have the darshan of the super soul the super soul in the heart of all the living entities wants to have darshan of the divine couple sitting in your heart now. So I was very much impressed the way Aindra Prabhu would take it, to completely another level. And he was trying to impress, he was trying to share this thing with this particular devotee that, if we are able to really embrace Krishna Bhakti to our heart, then naturally everyone will be inspired to follow. So dear friends, Aindra Prabhu always shared this with us, and he particularly told me this particular thing, this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam. This is the last thing I want to share with you today. But, the real essence and the import of this verse, I realize only upon, physically being separated from Sripad Aindra Prabhu. So Aindra Prabhu said that, the most difficult thing to overcome in this world is attachment, rag, attachment to this world, attachment to our body, and then attachment to, our loved ones and everything in this world, rag. But he said the beauty is the most important, and the blessed thing is also attachment. And then he used to tell us this verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, wherein Kapil Dev is telling Mother Devahuti that prasangam ajaram pasham atmanam kaveo vidu, that this pash, this attachment is the most difficult to get over with. The bodies can be burned, but the attachment to this world cannot be destroyed. So it is that kind of a bond. But he says the same bond, Kapil Dev says in the next line, that sa eva sadhu shokrito mukti dwaram apavritam. But if the same attachment you are able to somehow develop to the lotus feet of a pure devotee of Sri Sri Radhesham, then that same attachment opens the doors of liberation to you wide open. So I had heard this, we heard this many times from Aindra Prabhu and from so many devotees, but only after losing him in one sense, externally, did we realize that knowingly or unknowingly, somehow if you're getting attached to the lotus feet of a devotee, then the doors of liberation are wide open. So I hope that really this attachment may continue to grow, because sometimes by their appearance and other times by their disappearance, the devotees they actually inconceivably, uncontrollably help us get closer and closer to the divine couple. And that's what Aindra Prabhu did to the lives of so many devotees and will continue to do, that somehow being attached to him, we are also getting directly and indirectly attached to Sri Sri Radhe Shyam Sundar. So uh, maybe, the time is limited, and maybe we'll discuss and share with you some other things next time. And I want to now, request other devotees to kindly come and share their experiences with Aindra Prabhu. Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you. So, I understand that you were played a huge part in the publication of The Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution, and that book came out after his disappearance, although you had it before. Can you say a little bit about that, how you were very, very much involved in that publication?
Thank you, Mataji. I could not hold him on this chair, but you did it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mataji. So, if I want to share with you quickly how this really happened, I was so much in awe of Aindra Prabhu, seeing him from a distance, hearing him in his kirtan, and then somehow our two close friends, Giridhari Prabhu and Anasuya Mataji, and then also another Prabhu, Brahmachari in the temple. So somehow, once through Girdhari Prabhu, I received a CD, a recordings of lectures that Aindra Prabhu gave, and this is one of the time that Aindra Prabhu is speaking Krishna Katha in the temple, and Aindra Prabhu is so wonderfully narrating the exchange of rasa between the Sakhis and Radha and Krishna. But coming to the point that probably all of us, and you must have heard this thing, that Aindra Prabhu breaks down during this katha. And he is crying almost uncontrollably. And then he tries to control his emotions and then requests everyone that please forgive me. And there is more. And then he continues, and then he's laughing and he's crying in the same katha. This was when I heard this, it somehow created a very deep impact on us. And I was like so much desperately wanting to be in touch with Aindra Prabhu. And I was in my own way praying to Srimati Radharani that somehow if I can have any opportunity to get his association, then I would be like really very grateful. And not later than that, just a few weeks or so, Girdhari Prabhu mentioned to me that Aindra Prabhu is working on his book for several years and he wants to publish it. So he said, if you can kindly, extend some help or anything, it will be nice, because Aindra Prabhu doesn't come and stay outside of the dham very much. And since you are in Delhi, then you can kindly help him out. So this is, soon after that is Radha Ashtami. And then we come for Radha Ashtami, and after, Aindra Prabhu is singing the Kirtan in Radha Ashtami. And then as soon as he finishes, literally the first time I go close to him all by myself, sitting on the ground, Aindra Prabhu is still sitting there in front in the temple hall. And then I kindly request him that, I heard that you're working on your book. And if there's any kind of help I can offer, it will be really our great pleasure and fortune. So to which Aindra Prabhu just immediately said, "Thank you." And he kind of closed that discussion. So I was wondering that, whether there will be an opportunity to approach him again. And just after a pause of few seconds, which felt like, a long time, he said, "What kind of help?" And then I said, "Anything, like to go to the press or running around in Delhi." And to which he said, "Okay, after the arati, come to my room." So then I want to share with you humbly that that was the transformation of our life, like in one sense. So I went to Prabhu's room, and then we discussed everything, and he showed me, and he also discussed the dream he had of Srila Prabhupada, wherein Srila Prabhupada had personally twice actually asked him to write a book on the book distribution. And then Aindra Prabhu, when he came out of the dream next day, he was wondering that, I have no experience of writing a book, and that too a book on distribution. So what kind of a book really Srila Prabhupada wants? And then on subsequent dream and other things, Aindra Prabhu got a very clear idea that Srila Prabhupada wanted him to, write about something about the essence of the book distribution really. So through his mercy, we came in contact by the divine arrangement. And then it was particularly the last 3 years from 2008, 7, 8 up till 2010 that we had this great fortune of Andhra Prabhu's association. Many, many times he came to Delhi, almost more than 15, 18 times he visited Delhi for overseeing the publication of the book. But of course, he never stayed the night over because he would never spend a night out of the dham. But almost every time that he came to Delhi, we were fortunate that he visited our house, and we would have some discussion, some prasad, and sometimes some kirtan. And lastly, one time, we had a request from the Delhi temple. Devotees were asking us that maybe if you can ask Aindra Prabhu to visit the temple for kirtan. So when I asked Aindra Prabhu, he said, "You really think that, they want us to come?" Because sometimes he felt that, because I'm speaking about Dham Vas and Sri Vrindavan Vas, sometimes people are not really, understanding my viewpoint. And so I said, "No, Prabhuji, everyone is really very keen that you come." And I want to share with you, Mataji, that he agreed. And when we were to go for Kirtan to Delhi temple, so while we left from the press, which is, on the outskirts of Delhi, and we phoned the Delhi temple that Aindra Prabhu is coming. And as soon as we approached near the temple, I called them again. We were repeatedly getting calls. And Prabhuji, almost like few hundred meters from the temple, there was a huge crowd of devotees. They had mobbed the street in front of Sri Sri Radha Partha Sarthi, and they were literally falling on the car, and everybody was with mridanga, harmonium, and kirtan and singing Aindra Prabhu's melodies. Aindra Prabhu was almost in tears, and he was overwhelmed at how much devotees actually loved him, and how much he's able to somehow inspire them for kirtan. And it was a mini riot in the Delhi temple, as if some great celebrity had come to the temple. And then Aindra Prabhu, he did kirtan for about an hour and a half, and then he spoke for an hour, and then he did kirtan for another half an hour, and it was almost way past midnight. And devotees, Amal and few other devotees were accompanying him, and they hadn't had anything since morning, because Aindra Prabhu, there was no concept of eating or anything for him. So everybody was famished, and then Aindra Prabhu waited while everybody took prasad, but he did not take even a drop of water, literally, because he said, "I haven't done deity worship for my deities, and I cannot honor any prasad like that." So he went back like that, and then he told me the next day that we reached at 3:30. I quickly offered boga to my deities, and before there was really some time for me to eat, it was sunrise, and I have my vow now not to eat after sunrise. So he went off to sleep like that, and then that's how, so it's an ocean of, really these wonderful pastimes that we can hear about Aindra Prabhu. But we all are very, very fortunate that somehow on this day in Sri Vrindavan Dham, we all of us are here. And Aindra Prabhu said that whoever assists me in this Nam Sankirtan, he is sure to join me in the transcendental rasa dance, the Rasa Leela of Radha and Krishna. So only we can hope that humbly we may continue to follow his teachings, his instructions, and that is our great fortune, really. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Radhamada Prabhu. I'm really short of words. So, such a nectarian offering you gave. I do remember that lecture which Prabhuji is telling. It was something around 2000 or 2001 Radhashtami lecture when actually Aindra Prabhu was reading from Sri Prema Samputa. I was fortunate enough to be in that lecture. And he started reading that Krishna is addressing Srimati Radharani, that before you is a lampata rascal who just keeps on following all the young girls of Braj. Before you is this, that. And then finally the line comes, before you is the mascara of your own eyes. And then actually he breaks into tears. So, and there was a pin drop silence at the temple hall. There's so much, I mean, the temple hall was really full and pin drop silence. Everybody was just, and Andrew was so kind of embarrassed that he just tried to compose himself a lot. But finally, when he was able to, then he just immediately changed the discussion into humor. He continued reading, as Prabhuji was saying, but he just changed it to humor, and he was just kept on giggling, laughing, and reading the same chapter again. So that was Aindra Prabhu, yes. And I do remember, as Prabhuji was telling, Delhi, yes, I remember that time. And it was kind of a mini riot in ISKCON Delhi. Everybody wants to be with Aindra Prabhu physically and be in touch with him. Okay, yes, Aindra Prabhu is there. There's another incident I do remember. There was a New Year Eve, 31st December. And Aindra Prabhu was invited in Delhi, Pitampura. There was a huge, Paschim Vihar, yes, exactly, Paschim Vihar. So huge pandal, huge means huge. At least this size, maybe 20 times bigger than this. That size of pandal. And there was a Hare Krishna rock Kirtan that time. And the last Kirtan was Aindra Prabhu's Kirtan. Believe me, as soon as Aindra Prabhu just entered with his crew, the Vrindavan team, there was one devotee, I don't know if the many devotees who are living in Krishna Balaram temple for many years, there used to one devotee, Danveer Das. Okay, he was in Saffron Brahmachari, a little old devotee. And on the Hare Krishna rock, it was really impossible for Aindra Prabhu to conceive that he was with the mic on the stage. And there's, hey, look, Tanvir is on the stage with the mic in his hands. And everybody in the team actually started laughing a lot. And it poured like anything. It was raining so heavy. But the devotees, like visitors, so many people outside, young boys and girls, they were like crazily dancing in that rain Kirtan. Heavy Kirtan. There was a power blow off and so many things were, but without even sound system, just Aindra Prabhu continued, and it was such a powerful Kirtan. Yes, that's Aindra Prabhu's potency. Thank you so much, Prabhuji, for sharing all this. Now, I will request Grace Gauramani Mataji to kindly come forward. Param Prabhu and Gauramani Mataji had a long-term association with Aindra Prabhu, so many nice exchanges, stories they have to share. By the time Mataji comes and takes her seat, I will request Giriraj Prabhu to kindly read the excerpt.
Importantly, Vrindavan had also been Srila Prabhupada's residence, where at the Radha Damodar temple, which he had called the center of the spiritual world, he had begun his life work of translating and commenting on Srimad Bhagavatam. In his 8 years as a devotee, Aindra had never been to India. Book distributors were sent to Vrindavans for spiritual inspiration, but only if they sold enough books, and he didn't. Besides, he was a pujari and he hadn't wanted to give up his deity worship. But now things were different and he decided to go. Finally, after 8 or 9 years, he later remembered, I was going to go to Vrindavan. For one reason or another, either because I didn't do my book distribution quota or because I had to take care of the deities, I was never able to go. But now, finally, there was nothing stopping me.
Hare Krishna. So it's such a beautiful family here. My obeisances to all the senior Vaishnavas, all of the beautiful brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters. What a beautiful family Aindra Prabhu has given us. So many memories come to mind, and it's a day of great joy and celebration because the pure devotee of the Lord, very dear servant of our beloved Srila Prabhupada, was born on this planet to transform the lives of hundreds of thousands, not just devotees that were in his party, but the youth. And I unfortunately still think I'm the youth. But I remember in the 90s, because Aindra Prabhu was the savior for us, the second generation. Those of us who were born and raised in the movement and who studied under Srila Prabhupada's Gurukul system, the ISKCON Gurukul, we were not allowed to listen to any mundane music. It was only Srila Prabhupada that was allowed to be in our homes. So when Aindra Prabhu began his 24-hour kirtan, that was in 1986. I think that was the same year my little brother, Amal, was born, right? He was born in 87. That's when all the magical children of Lord Chaitanya were born. So around that time, Aindra Prabhu's kirtan came to America. We were only allowed to listen to Srila Prabhupada. And when we played his kirtan recordings, there was a big rumor that there's this great devotee who's singing, but some people said, we think he's drunk when he sings, because he sings like he's intoxicated with Krishna prema. And so then we were just a bunch of girls in North Carolina at that time, and we weren't sure if we were allowed to listen to somebody who's drunk when they sing. But it was our favorite kirtan. And my first kirtan that I remember hearing was, I will sing the tune because I remember it. It's like this. It goes, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. You guys want to sing with me? Yeah? All together, everybody? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. With your hands in the air, calling out to Shri Shri Radha and Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time, everyone. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So Aindra Prabhu gave us such an ocean of nectar. And there was one instruction that he gave to me right before I began chanting in the streets of the different parts of the world. He saw me one day after he was leading Kirtan in the temple, the Krishna Bharam temple. And he was passing through from his room to the temple, and he stopped and he had his Aindra Prabhu harmonium on, and he said, "You're singing outside of Prabhupada's Samadhi, and like Mother Kamalini said, he was known not to like the girls, but actually, he told me, he said, I hear you singing, and I want you to go out and preach everywhere. And that was the beginning of our Kirtan. And he told me this, and I had it written down, and I see this quote now everywhere. He said, you can die at any time. When you chant your 16 rounds, you should think this is my last chance to cry for the mercy of Radha and Krishna. And when you come to the last round, you should think this is my last chance to please Radha and Krishna. And when you come to the last mantra of the last round, chant in a way that they are convinced. And when you come to the last Hare, if Krishna did not hear me with all these mantras, let me call Radharani like my last breath, and then we should chant another 16 rounds in that same mood. Tunde tandavani ratim vitanute tundavali labdhaye karna krodha kadambini ghatayate karnarbudebhya spriha cheta prangana sangini vijayate sarvendriyanam kritim no jane janita ki yadbir amritai Krishni Varnadvaye. So Aindra Prabhu left us on a material plane. It was for us who were here at that time like the end of our lives. So much pain, so much sorrow. We were all together in Toronto for Rath Yatra. There were many of his dear children, dear friends, all of the 24-hour Kirtan boys who were part of his party, Madhava Prabhu, Gopal Das, Akinchana Prabhu. I think Amal was also there. We were there. We had all been invited for the Rath Yatra festival. We got the news that my husband was on the phone, and it's a very tragic event for us in this material world, and I don't think we want to remember that painful time. But when I came back to Vrindavan, I had no desire again. I said, I can't listen to his kirtan anymore without breaking down, because for us, he was Vrindavan. We had no Vrindavan when he left. But there is one thing that I forgot, and I want to share that with all of you. Just like Krishna never left Vrindavan, Aindra Prabhu is still here. How is he still here? He's here through all of you. When I see all of you, I think, wow, this is Aindra Prabhu's mercy, love, and external manifestation of praying. And so Aindra Prabhu is living here forever with all of us, through you and you and you and all of you. So all he would want to say is, please chant Shuddha Nam. Please chant the holy names with a pure heart. Cry for Krishna. So one last time, please raise your hands and let us cry how Aindra Prabhu would want us to cry. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Mataji, for sharing your heart. Thank you so much. Please come forward, Prabhuji. So Gadagaj Prabhu, I think he has something very important to share with us.
So Amal Harinam, he was one of Aindra's Mridanga players. So he thought he was going back to America. So I saw him at the airport, and he starts crying. He starts crying. He couldn't leave Aindra in Vrindavan. He starts crying, and I knew why he was crying. And he said, I can't go. And he went back. He was supposed to go. He's at the airport. He's supposed to fly out, right? He didn't go. He came back to Vrindavan and gave up his ticket. He didn't even, because he couldn't leave. That's what it was like. Came back to Vrindavan. Ticket. Oh, yeah.
This reminds me of something. There was a time whenever I used to come to Vrindavan, that time nowadays you see so many guest houses, ashrams, this and that, so many hotels, motels, whatever. That time it wasn't like that. It was to be very, very austere. Even to get a room with a basic, very, very basic facility used to be a very big challenge. Okay. So I used to request Aindra Prabhu if I could stay in the ashram. So there was one time my brother and myself, we just stayed for almost like 1 week in the he kindly allowed us. And he came to the gate 3 times. There was a net on the door, and he peeped and he said, minimum 16 rounds and 4 regulative principles. Then he left. Okay. He said, okay. Then I don't know, after a few seconds again came. 16 rounds and 4 regulative principles. Right? Me and my brother were looking at each other. Yeah. Yes, Prabhuji. Okay. Then after 2-3 minutes, he again came. We thought, okay, now we can relax. He said, 16 rounds minimum and 4 regulative principles. Then there was one devotee who used to just kindly give his room or share his room with us. Adiras Prabhu, if you remember. Adiras. So he said, don't worry. He is very kind at heart. He's just showing that he is very heavy. Just don't worry. So yes, and after that trip, or maybe some other trip, I don't remember. When I was going, I just went to Aindra Prabhu. The Prabhuji, I'm going back to Delhi. Then first thing he said, helly, smelly Delhi. What are you going to do in Delhi? I was like bewildered. I said, I have college. What nonsense college? Then he said, if you are leaving Vrindavan and you don't have tears in your eyes, that means you never came to Vrindavan. That's what his mood was. So he is a transcendental devotee. So I will request now Padmavati Mataji to kindly come forward. Padmavati Mataji also had many, many sweet, nice, kind interactions with Aindra Prabhu. And by the time Mataji takes seat, I'll request Giraj Prabhu to kindly continue reading.
Aindra became known as a tough character even for New York, a maverick with a strong personality and a penchant for Shastra. He would scrutinize devotees' classes and ask pointed questions. What you're saying doesn't sound right, Prabhu. He would challenge. Where does this idea come from? What is the reference? And he would keep pressing the issue until the speaker either provided a satisfactory answer or admitted to not having an authoritative source. But that could drag on for hours, which was annoying to many of the devotees who had to get started with their day. His kirtan wasn't popular with everyone either. His voice was still developing, and some devotees found it displeasing. And although he stayed with traditional melodies, he played them in a way that many people couldn't follow or just didn't like. Sometimes, when he was leading, devotees would leave or refuse to play instruments or sing along. His kirtans were very intricate, complex, one devotee remembered. He used Indian ragas and changed the rhythm, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. Some devotees would complain and ask him to make it more simple, but he didn't listen to them. He didn't care, he never changed. He didn't try to please the crowd, he wanted to please his deities. He was very concerned about the melodies. Kurma Rupa recalled, "Is this a bona fide melody?" he would ask. It was hard to tell what bona fide meant, but those were the only melodies he wanted to chant, traditional Gaudiya Vaishnav tunes in our line.
Hare Krishna. Om Gyana Timiranda Syagana Shilaka Chakshuru Miltamina Tasmashi Kuravan Maha. Can hear me? Hare Krishna. Thank you to Ranya Vihari Prabhu. He has forced me to speak because I'm always so shy, but he's given me opportunity to glorify such wonderful personality like Aindra Prabhu. I'm so much missing him, so that it's so difficult to speak for me. Because for many years I'm just living in the temple in the ashram, and for so many years we had so much association with Indra Prabhu, doing seva together in the Deity department. You know, the Indra Prabhu was dressed in the Radhishyam deities. And his kirtans, his lectures, and many programs. And Indra Prabhu every day was given the kirtan in the temple in evening time. And after kirtan, for 2-3 hours, he was preaching. Like he couldn't go out from the temple because so many devotees, so many visiting people was approaching to him for association. And there was given some questions to Indra Prabhu, and he was answering, he was preaching, he was explaining. And it was most favorite part of the day for me. At almost every day I was just running after 7 o'clock to see where is the Indra Prabhu standing there near the temple and answering the questions and preaching to the people. And I'm always was standing behind Indra Prabhu and listening. And there's so many wonderful scenes I was listening from him that time, because he was given not so many classes in the temple, because management was a little bit embarrassed with him, because when he was starting, just like classes restricted for 1 hour from 8 to 9, maybe 9:30, like somebody. But when Indra Prabhu was given class, it was like 9, 10, 11, 12. And some Prabhu approaching to Indra Prabhu, Prabhuji, please, maybe you will finish class because we have Arati now. He said, oh, already I have so many topics to speak more. He was full of transcendental knowledge, this nectar was flowing. I was telling the last time how was one time he was given class in the Gurukul. That time I was teaching in the Gurukul. And he was given class, and that class was more like 6 hours. And it was so much nectar. I remember it was topic just difference between the mood of the gopis and manjaris. Very sublime topics, and was so much nectar, but so many hours, and everybody was tired, you know. Aindra Prabhu was like half lion because the back was pain, and around him the Prabhu also was like half lion sitting like this, and he was put his hand like this, and he was speaking like completely transcendental to his position. He's just lying, but so much nectar, so much nectar was coming from him. And every day I was just, hurry up for this nectar when he was finishing the kirtan. And always he was carrying his harmonium on the back, mostly on the left side. And all time I was worried about it. He's standing near the temple preaching for 2-3 hours and carry this big harmonium. And one time I told the, what's his name, Kalindi's brother, Radhakrishna Prabhu, I told him, Prabhuji, can somebody carry the Aindra Prabhu harmonium when he's preaching, because he's heavy? He said, no, Mataji, he will not give. He was trying so many times, he's not given. And he said one time, one Prabhu was forcing to take this mridanga harmonium. He was pulling this mridanga harmonium to him, and Aindra Prabhu was pulling back. He said, I will not give. It was his eternal concert, like harmonium. Yes. He was never, always, he was standing before deities, sometimes talking to Mukunda Prabhu. They was discussing how to dress deities. And always harmonium was with him, always. And it was so much fun also with Aindra Prabhu. He was so serious lectures. He was so sublime, so serious about preaching the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mission. And the same time, sometimes I was listening his class and my mind was blowing, like it was so sublime, so serious. And then on the middle of this, he was telling something very, very funny, and everybody was laughing so much for long. It was Indra Prabhu. Yeah, it was. Always was so much fun. Yeah, I think who was that time remembers so many this story. So much fun with Indra Prabhu. Few times he was stopping just kirtan because somebody was not playing nice karatals, and like it's very ecstatic kirtan, and then why are you playing like this? And he stopped the kirtan. Who teach you play like this? He stopped the kirtan, took the karatal, and all the microphone is all on, and you can hear the whole temple. And he took the karatal and 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You have to play like this. 1, 2, 3. Who teach you play like this? And just like 10, 15 minutes, everybody sitting, waiting, looking. And then he said, okay, start. And kirtan is going, and everybody was so laughing. I remember one time I was there on the kirtan when he was shouting like this, and Prabhu, and we was laughing like 1 hour for all kirtan. So much fun was. I like all this fun with Aindra Prabhu because he was so much serious, and at the same time he has so much fun with him. It was so nice. And yeah, I remember one with a puja. I believe it was Giridhari Prabhu house, not remember exactly. And it was so many senior devotees. Aindra Prabhu was sitting there talking with them, and we were sitting with Mataji like for a long time. He was talking, and then Mataji telling, "Oh, something boring. Where is fun? Where is fun?" Aindra Prabhu, and then Prasadam started. Prasadam started. We were sitting, and they started distribute. Some devotees started to distribute prasadam, and it was pakora, big, very beautiful, very crispy, tasty, looks tasty pakora. And Mataji telling, "Oh, so nice pakora, give us." they took took 2, 3, 4 pakoras of Mataji. And then when they just started to eat this pakora, it was chili pakora. From everywhere I was feeling like, it was so spicy. It was so spicy. It was so much fun with Aindra Prabhu. So many nice pastimes with him every day, and I was missing him so much for so many years. I can see him every day and have some association, and still it's 15 years now it's passed, but still we are missing him so much. And I'm so glad now this new generation of Kirtaniyas, they're so serious. I see sometimes in the Kirtan, they're singing so nice. They're so serious to carry the Aindra Prabhu mission and Lord Chaitanya mission and Srila Prabhupada mission, and his desire to have the 24-hour Kirtan in the temple. And so many nice Kirtaniyas now. Aranya Vihari Prabhu is always so ecstatic, always so blissful. And, so many nice Kirtaniyas, these 2 brothers, Smita Krishna Prabhu and Sarat Vihari Prabhu. When I hearing them, this is amazing. And we have our temple president, Panchagauda Prabhu, who is singing every day in the Kirtan. This is also so much inspiring. And Muktidatta Prabhu, he is amazing. He is amazing. And so many Janardana Maharaj and so many another Akinchana Krishna Prabhu, he is my favorite, actually. So many wonderful Kirtaniyas, so many wonderful singers, and I am so happy just you carry so nice this Aindra Prabhu's mission, and I think he's very happy with you, just you are doing so nice. And I believe I wish so much to meet Aindra Prabhu in the spiritual world. So much missing him. And one time Srila Prabhupada said, just we will have ISKCON in the spiritual world, and we will meet together there. And so many nice devotees the last few years passed, and Gopal Krishna Maharaj, Brahmananda Prabhu, and so many nice devotees, and I'm feeling like just, I'm so eager to go to spiritual world, to meet him there, to meet them, all them there in the spiritual world. And just a few days ago, one Russian devotee left the body. He was very nice, old devotee, and Bhaktivinoda Govinda Maharaj, he wrote some, he post some post in the internet, and he was writing there, just let us give our love for those who is around us, because when they will leave us, we have to wait for a long time to meet them again. Jai Srila Aindra Prabhu ki Jai.
Thank you. Thank you, Padmavati Mataji, for such a heart-touching offering. And after Padmavati Mataji, we have Mahadevi Mataji. She could not come because she has lot many services for the upcoming 50th anniversary program. So she has sent her voice note. So we will listen to that. And after that, I will request, is Shachisuta Prabhu still around? Shachisuta Prabhu? No? Tapomaya Prabhu? Okay, then Mahabhagavad Prabhu, you please be ready with your offering after this audio.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Nitai Gaur, Krishna Balaram, Lalita Vishaka Radhe Sham. Jai Aindra Prabhu ki Jai. So, many memories of Aindra Prabhu, but two in particular stand out. Specifically, this midnight kirtan going into the new year that Aindra Prabhu started, and it became something really to look forward to when, the 31st of December, I think it's 30 days, 31st, and everybody would really look forward to the Happy New Year Kirtan. Even the guests would talk about it, the Krishna Balaram guest house and the MVT guests. So I was coming over at about 10. Aindra Prabhu would start getting worked up at around 11, if you all remember. And so these guests were waiting outside. They were all from Italy, and they had on like shiny clothes. They had high heels on, and they were all dressed up to go to some nightclub in Agra. And so I got to talking with them. They were all smoking cigarettes right outside the MVT there. So I said, there's a big party going on in the temple, and I bet you would really enjoy, and come on over and just check it out. So they looked at each other, and it was just like, okay, why not? So they all came over with me, about 7 guests. I think there was like 3 men, 4 women, and they all the ladies took off their high heels, and the men took off their fancy shoes, and they put them there on the side, and they came in, and Aindra was just starting to, get that Aindra build-up flavor going, and all of them were just captivated by Aindra, by all of his men, by the devotees. By then, devotees were standing up and doing the Swami step. They were all, glued into the nectar that was flowing from Aindra Prabhu and his men, and that whole area where we always feel Aindra Prabhu's presence. So they started tapping their fingers and their toes, and I showed them where the Maha Mantra was. And you know how when people are just learning the mantra, it's like, Hare Rama, Rama Hari, Krishna Hari. So it was kind of like that. But then they got the rhythm of it, and you could see they felt very satisfied when they didn't have to look at the mantra banner anymore. So then they started chanting, and then they were dancing, and I was thinking, well, maybe they would come and stay for maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then they would go to their nightclub in Agra. But they stayed all the way up to midnight. Aindra Prabhu's potency was such that he could just take somebody's conditioning, like Srila Prabhupada was saying in class the other day. Our Krishna consciousness is always there, but we're just covered. So we uncover that conditioning by chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And Aindra Prabhu was such an amazing example. I like to say is an example, because his presence is still so much there, of the potency and the solace, the shelter of the holy name, and how it just takes over your consciousness. And I've seen this so many times with non-devotees, and I'm sure all of you have as well. And what about with our own hearts? How some days we can be having, what we might call, a day of adversities or challenges. And then as soon as we come into the temple, we sit under the tamal tree, or we just start swaying with the wonderful kirtaniyas who have taken up this service for Aindra Prabhu. There's something that happens to the consciousness, to the heart. You feel uplifted. And I saw this in our Italian guest that night, and they stayed past midnight. Happy New Year! Hare Krishna New Year! They were all, and Aindra Prabhu, he happened to see them, and he was like, that smile that he had that was from ear to ear, and his eyes would just blaze with joy. And he would take his hand, and encourage us to dance. So he saw them and he took his hand, and that just made them even dance more. And they stayed all the way till like 12:30 at least. And then they all came over, and they were not only thanking me, but thanking all the other devotees that they had kind of connected with during the kirtan. And it was just so, Prabhupada really has given us something so transcendental. Prabhupada started the 24-hour kirtan program, and our dear Aindra Prabhu, he came and he took up that mission that Prabhupada started to keep the 24-hour kirtan of Hare Krishna going all day and all night. Sometimes at night, you can have maybe a little insomnia, but you turn on ITV and there they are chanting in a very soft, melodious way. And Krishna and Balaram, they get their little lullaby at night. It's very wonderful what the 24-hour kirtaniyas are doing. The other memory I have of Aindra Prabhu that just comes to mind is he had published his book, and it was quite controversial. And for simple people like myself, it was a little hard to understand. But anyway, the controversies were like continuing, and then it was a couple of us with Aindra Prabhu, and we said, why don't we put a silver little banner on the corner of the book, banned by the GBC. And I'll just never forget how he was laughing. And of course we wouldn't really do that. It was a joke. But Aindra Prabhu had a mood that was outside the box, to put that mildly. You would see him chanting late at night in the MVT shop. Many of the outside shopwallas still have very fond affection of Aindra Prabhu. They considered him to be a genuine Baba, austere, completely dependent on the mercy of the holy name, and completely dependent on the mercy of his guru, Srila Prabhupada. And yes, and Radhe Shyam, I'm sure they miss him in the morning coming to dress them. And our dear Adi Keshava Prabhu, he has a very amazing story of how that whole Leela happened that morning. Okay, my dear devotees, we're here at the stage and trying to do our service here. Please forgive any offenses, mistakes, my limitations. And dear Aindra Prabhu, please, if I could just have one drop of the faith that you have in chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. And all you 24-hour kirtan boys, heads up, big shower of flower petals, maha rose petals falling down on you. Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Aindra Prabhu.
Jai. As guess Mahadevi Mataji ki Jai. Thank you, Mataji. So I will request Mahabhagat Prabhu, by the time you take seat, Prabhu, please read.
In its early years, ISKCON had been both inspired and managed by Srila Prabhupada. In time, Prabhupada's followers took over most of the movement's practical activities, but Prabhupada still oversaw things and kept everything on track and moving forward. After his departure, it was inevitable that there would be challenges. 3 of ISKCON's 11 initiating gurus were suspended, and by 1985, much of the society was in disarray. In just 1 year, the New York temple went from almost 150 residents to only 24. Some dropped out of the movement entirely, others remained but separated from the New York community. Some devotees left the US for India, especially Vrindavan. Hamsarupa Das invited Aindra, "You should come here. I am here. Toshan is here. Kurmarupa is here, all your friends." There had been talk of re-establishing Vrindavan's 24-hour kirtan. This is a perfect service for you. They need someone to organize it and head it up.
All glories to Sripad Aindra Prabhu. I offer my most humble obeisances to Aindra Prabhu, Lotus Feet. All glories to Sripad Aindra Prabhu, such a dedicated disciple of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Yugdharma Harinam Sankirtan. Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur wrote, "He reasons ill who tells that Vaishnavas die, when thou art living still in sound. The Vaishnavas die to live, and living try to spread the holy name around." Meaning the quote suggests that those who are devoted to Krishna do not truly die, but rather their influence and the teachings they spread continue to live on through the holy name and the spiritual community. As we see by Aindra Prabhu, life and example, millions of people getting inspired and engaged in Harinam Sankirtan through the holy name and the spiritual throughout the whole world. Thanks, Aindra Prabhu, for being our real spiritual mentor, father, and mother. Thanks for giving us the service in Sri Vrindavan Dham at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, Shri Shri Nitai Sachisuta Krishna Balaram, and Shri Shri Radha Shyam. Thanks for bringing us real state of consciousness to chant the Nam Sankirtan. Thanks for all your sacrifices and austerities to please Srila Prabhupada and Radhishyam. Thanks for being a real Brijavasi, true saint, and by your mercy and the blessings, many, many generations of devotees are coming to serve in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Your immense dedication inspires me to take a shelter of Sri Harinam Sankirtan and Shri Shri Nitai Sachisuta service. You are the main force and the heartbeat of 24-hour Sankirtan Mandali of Shri Shri Krishna Balaram Temple. I truly believe that you will bring millions of souls to 24-hour Kirtan in coming centuries in the future. So here are some incidents. When I remember how you were chanting Kirtan breathlessly 9 hours on Govardhan Puja Day in 2009 for one devotee who was leaving a body. You never wasted a single breath of your life without Harinam chanting. You completely left eating and sleeping and were within and chanting 2 lakhs a day. he put it a notice board outside uh, the chit on his door that do not disturb me. And he used to chant 2 lakhs a day. And basically, he completely gave up eating and sleeping and everything. Such a like a uh, deeply, absorbed in the Nam Sankirtan. And he had taken a vow like, unless he finishes deity worship and his 2 lakhs a day, he wouldn't touch a drop of water. And sometimes he would fast for three days, 3 days, 4 days, like that. So I remember it was a wonderful, his birthdays in 2009 and 2010. Right across the Goshala Street, right there near on the Prem Kishore Prabhu farm, Maharaj farm, we used to celebrate birthdays. And Aindra Prabhu, yeah, he was engaging us in the cooking, different preps, and for his birthday. And such a wonderful love he has for his god brothers and for younger generation that he would personally serve them, but he wouldn't honor the prasad. He wouldn't eat. After the birthday, he would just straight run to his service for chanting the beautiful kirtan at every evening, even like after his birthday. And one time in 2009, every end of Chaturmas Rath, which Aindra Prabhu was following since he moved to Vrindavan, since 1986, he every year would follow complete fast, complete grain fast for Chaturmas. And at the end of Chaturmas, Kartik Purnima, he was so happy. He wanted to serve the devotees. He wanted to feed everyone. Such a nice, offered prasad to his Nitai Sachisita. And since he had really no attachment for anything, for eating, sleeping, except the Nam. I remember Amal Harinam and we being together, and all the youth inspired me, and today still the coming generations are inspiring me so much to continue always at the feet of Aindra Prabhu. I remember the 2009 Mahafeast in the Kartik, Aindra Prabhu. He went to the Mangalartik and invited all the Prabhupada disciples and God brothers and Matajis and Prabhus. He made such a wonderful facilities, like on the first floor of the old Gurukul building, and the Matajis were getting Sir Prashadam the down in the first floor, and all the Maharaj and sannyasis and Prabhupada disciples and the Prabhus were getting a prasad served and on the Aindra Prabhu corridor. And Aindra Prabhu was personally serving each one with so much love, and he wouldn't eat. And I saw him around like 1 a.m. after the feast, midnight. He washing all the big pots. And can I help you? He said, no. I'm so fallen. Let me do this service. I said, Aindra Prabhu, at least honor Prasad. You have done Chaturmas Vrat. When you will break? He said, once the whole everything will be clean, then I will honor the Prasad. But one occasion I remember, in Aindra Prabhu room, somebody came and offered some Radharaman Mahaprasad. And Aindra Prabhu was so absorbed, still in chanting in his bhajan, so deeply absorbed, he completely forgot. He kept that Radharaman, that how you call sweet kheer, on some rack, and it was still staying 4 months. It was completely fungus on it. He could never. And one time Gopal Prabhu told me the story that back in the 90s, somebody offered few $1,000s for his deity worship, and it kept for 10 years in the same place. He never touched that, never touched the money. And this is the last incident I would. Yeah, one time we were going with Aindra Prabhu to Delhi for his book printing. Then Aindra Prabhu saw the Vrajvasi flies in the car, and we were right near the Brahman Reti police chowki. And Aindra Prabhu immediately asked to stop the car driver. And he opened the windows and he removed all the flies by saying that we can make aparat to this Vrajavasi place to bring them to Delhi. Wow, how much pure love, Aindra Prabhu, you have for the Vrajavasi. I personally know that you were always loved by all the Vrajavasis. Even after his departure, sometime I would assist in the Pujari service with the Ram Roy Prabhu and Girdhari Prabhu. So they would send me out to get the bogus sweets for the Nitai Sachisutta. I would go to Bharati Sweets, and there's one Maharaj from Tatiyastan. He was quite in completely shocked. He just asked me why Aindra Prabhu not coming to buy the sweet. Why Aindra Prabhu would every day walk bare feet. Aindra Prabhu never use any slippers. He would just walk every day. If any one of you have been in Vrindavan, you would notice Aindra Prabhu going every night to buy a boga for his deities. So Aindra Prabhu, every Vrajavasi loved him. Even nowadays, if I go to Vrishana or visit somewhere, people ask about Aindra Prabhu. Still, the Vrajavasi so much loved him. He said, I just recently been Govardhan and there's a Raghunath Yogi. He said that a true real Radharani devotee in ISKCON after Prabhupada, that is Aindra Prabhu. He said. So Raghunath Yogi. So there are so many pastimes of Aindra Prabhu that with this material mouth, it cannot be described. I need a mercy, but we are short of time. But at the end, on the most auspicious day, I beg for your mercy at your lotus feet so that I may serve Harinam Sankirtan till my last breath, day and night in Vrindavan Dham. Please accept me in eternal service of Srila Prabhupada and Srimati Radharani. Without your service, my life completely waste and meaningless. I remember just last there was a very nice time when Aindra Prabhu had so much love for his great god brother, like His Holiness Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. He got very ill in 2009. And Aindra Prabhu has such a deep heart. He would organize the Harinam Sankirtan, especially would come down temple room every night, and most of the Ekadashi night and Sunday nights, we would perform the Sankirtan, especially for his well-being. Aindra Prabhu was continue till midnight 12, and he would ask me, "You now continue chant." I wouldn't know even how to chant Hare Krishna, and this I would sincerely would try some mantras, and Aindra Prabhu became so pleased and. He said, I want to see in future you just lead with the pure heart. Go deeper, dive deeper into holy name. Listen and perform and bring the pleasure to the heart of Shri Shri Radha Shyamsundar. And another incident 2 days before his departure, as Aindra Prabhu, he like Radha Shyamananda Maharaj was explaining, in my 2 years in the ashram, I never see the Prabhu slept ever. Whole midnight he's worshipping Nitai Sachisuta. And when you go up after the midnight shift, Kirtan shift, he just want to discuss the whole Bhagavatam till Mangalarati. And it goes every day like this. He said, hey, why are you going to sleep? Let's have a Bhagavatam discussion. Srila Prabhupada has left so much nectar. And then he kept telling that, okay, no worry, even if I leave, I will come back. I will take you. No worry. Just you be here and promise me that you will never leave me. And that impact that completely changed my life, impacted my life. And from that day that he gave me that instruction, 2010, 2 days before his departure, and till now, begging at your feet, Aindra Prabhu, please accept eternally and give me empowered me to make Nitai Sachisutta dance and Radharani dance, and give me the drop of your mercy. This is the only hope carrying in my heart to serve you eternally, life after life after life after life into infinite. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Aindra Prabhu. Shripad Aindra Prabhu ki.
Thank you so much, Mahabhagat Prabhu. for your wonderful offerings. Thank you so much. May I request Bhagavad Puran Prabhu kindly come and give your offerings to Aindra Prabhu. And we all know Bhagavad Puran Prabhu is a very, very long-term associate of Sripad Aindra Prabhu. He has so many interactions, so many stories. I think if you just give him mic for maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, still it's going to be endless. But time constraint we have limited time. So maybe 3 to 4 minutes, Prabhu, if you could just inspire us with some nice stories. Prabhu, please. In the meantime.
From Delhi, Aindra
Now
would...
this, sorry to interrupt. Now we heard in the previous reading that now Aindra Prabhu's God brothers, they are looking for someone to re-establish 24-hour Kirtan in Vrindavan, reinstate the Kirtan. Now that chapter is starting. Please.
From Delhi, Aindra would travel the last 200 kilometers by bus. When he approached a ticket window and reached for money to pay the fare, however, his pockets were empty. While he'd been racing through the station's jostling crowd, lugging 2 trunks filled with his DDs, sound system, instruments, and personal items, he'd had his pocket picked, and there was nothing left. The bus was leaving, but Aindra, trucks bouncing behind him, managed to jump aboard just as it pulled out into traffic. When the conductor came to collect tickets, Aindra could only fold his hands and plead his case. "Please, sir, I just need to go to Vrindavan." "Your ticket," the conductor insisted. "Please," Aindra begged. "I was pickpocketed at the station. They took everything. I have no money. I just need to get back to Vrindavan." "Where is your ticket?" the conductor repeated. Aindra fell to his knees in tears. "Please," he repeated. "I just want to go to Vrindavan." "Not without a ticket," the conductor insisted. He wouldn't budge. Fortunately for Aindra, some of the passengers sympathized with him, appalled to see his treatment at the hands of the conductor. "What kind of man are you?" they demanded. "He is a sadhu. He is begging." So the conductor was forced to move on, and Aindra made it the rest of the way to Vrindavan.
Nam Vishnuparaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Satsvarupada Sagoswami Tinamine Satsvarupa Viramande Vinitam Sarvbhushanam Bhakti Grantaranai Punim Bhakti Granta Shikshitam Namam Vishnuparaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Aindra Das Babati Titanamine Namaste Sri Parandraya Nama Rasa Vinodine Nitai Janava Sadva Shashirarasar Sangre Namam Vishnuparaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Sarasvati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paschatyate Satarine. His Divine Grace Sri Parayendra Prabhu Ki. So one of the first times that we remember recollecting, I think the first time was meeting Aindra Prabhu, at least in the passing, was in 1989. 1989. And we had come to Vrindavan. Maybe it's the first, no, not the first time, the second time. So, yeah, with just like any tourist devotee coming to the Holy Dham, there's so many things you have to do and so many places you have to see. And so we had a recording device, and we just walked into the temple room while His Divine Grace was doing Kirtan. And we went up to the harmonium and left our recording device there. And we went up to the harmonium and left our recording device on top of the harmonium and left the temple room. Because, if you're a tourist devotee, you have so many places to see and so many things to do when you come to the Holy Dham. So when we came back, we retrieved the recording device, of course. Back then, there weren't so many pilgrims as there are today. As a matter of fact, very few people would come from Delhi, maybe on the weekends. We know that when Srila Prabhupada was on the planet, there was maybe one or two cars that would pass by the temple on a weekend, maybe. Otherwise, there was no traffic as there are today. Traffic as there is today. So that was in 1989. I came a second time to India, and then at that time we were meditating on coming and staying longer. Actually, the first time I came to India was in 1984, and we came in a group of devotees. Actually, we came to Vrindavan first, not to Mayapur, and with His Holiness Naranjana Swami from Boston, Massachusetts, which is my home temple. And as a matter of fact, His Holiness Naranjana Swami, he mercifully shaved us up the first time, personally. So in 1989, we came that was the second time. That's when I saw Aindra Prabhu the first time and heard him the first time. And then, of course, we had to go back to the West to preach. There's one quote by Aindra Prabhu. How does it go? It says, what are we supposed to preach about preaching about what? Something like that. I don't know. Someone might remember that quote. If we don't understand. So of course, it's all transcendental. Whatever Didya Gyan we have, that's absolute, and is also transcendental and beneficial for everyone. His King Praruda from Jagannath Puri, he quotes the gopis in the Srimad Bhagavatam, that verse, Tavakatam ritam tapta jivanam kavibir ititam kalmasapaham. How's it go? Shavaram Mangalam Srimad what? Srimad Agatam, and then Bhuvi Granantite, whatever. So the gopis are telling Krishna that you're so magnetic. The words describing your transcendental nature and appearance and activities are beneficial for everyone that are suffering in this material world. So when we came in 1989, which is the second time, I think we stayed for. The first time it was only a month, and after that visit to Vrindavan, I vowed that 1 month is not enough. How can you absorb, even materially speaking, when tourists go to a foreign country, to try to appreciate, what can you appreciate in 1 month, the culture and everything like that. So what to speak of Vrindavan. So I vowed to next time to stay longer. And every time it was like 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years, like that. So in 1989, we had the blessing of Aindra Prabhu's appearance, manifestation before us, like that. So there's the pastime that comes to mind is that we went up to his room in the old Gurukul building to have an interview, a job interview, like that. So Aindra Prabhu was standing in his doorway, and Nitai, who lives in Canada now, Nitai, one of the original members of the 24-hour Kirtan, along with Madhava and Gopinath and who was the devotee from Nepal? Ananda something. So they were having a heated discussion, of course. Aindra Prabhu was always very, very hot, transcendently hot. So the heated discussion went something like, Nitai was saying, yes, but we have to, according to Srimad Bhagavatam, we have to follow the Mahajans. And Aindra Prabhu, he shot back saying, we don't follow the Mahajans. We follow the gopis. Like that. I should wrap up, no? Let's see. Oh yeah, so then we went I was waiting for the heated discussion to cool down a little bit. And 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And it was sort of uncomfortable because I was standing there like, hello, can I introduce myself? So then when that conversation ended, and Nitai left, I guess, and then I went inside for the job interview, and Aindra Prabhu's room was very dark. I guess he had the lights out, or there was no electricity. I can't remember exactly, but it was very dark, and everything was all like in English or in America we say organized junk. Like you have everything is like apparently it's like all misplaced and quote dirty unquote or whatever. But it was very dark. So yet we sat down for the interview, and Aindra Prabhu was explaining, yes, the kirtan is very important, and it's Prabhupada explains that the mridanga player and the singer work together as a team. This is Prabhupada's instructions, that they work as a team, and the mridanga player, he plays half the volume of the singer. And the mridanga player, and so everyone else after the mridanga player, they're supposed to play half the volume of the mridanga. This is Prabhupada's instructions for kirtan. So then Aindra Prabhu went on to explain that the kirtan, generally speaking, the kirtan should start off very slowly, like in Mangalarti, for example. The kirtan should start off very slowly and then gradually, gradually increase like that. And he was explaining it very figuratively. He was saying, yes, in the beginning it's like, like a walkathon, you're walking, and then he said, then it's like you're walking like a little faster, and then you're like, like at a clip, and you're like, it's like a walkathon, and then he was explaining gradually that the kirtan would go like that, and then he would say that then you're like actually it's like a running marathon, like it's not just walking, it's running, and then after running, you're actually almost with your feet off the ground, and then he was explaining that then it's like you're gliding. And then after gliding, it's like you're flying, and then after flying, you're soaring. So that's how Aindra Prabhu was explaining it. That explains, Aindra Prabhu's style of kirtan. So there's time, place, and circumstance. Generally speaking, the kirtan should start off slowly. Like, you don't want to have a rip roaring kirtan, for Mangalarti at the get go. It's a gradual thing like that. There's exceptions to the rule, but we don't want to make rules out of exceptions. That's what Aindra Prabhu explained also. So this is very auspicious that Aindra Prabhu's Samadhi is being installed, I think. Of course, Aindra Prabhu, he wanted to be close to his deities, which is not so far away. And by the mercy of the ISKCON Vrindavan temple management, they've made all these beautiful arrangements. And we're very grateful for all of you to come and participate and help Lord Chaitanya's mission by spreading the Yuga Dharma in every town and village. So let us raise our hands and chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Shri Aindra Prabhu ki jai. He's embarrassed. He saw Prabhupada here in Vrindavan.
You want to ask him?
He's very shy.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bhagavad Puran Prabhu, for your kind offerings and glorification to Aindra Prabhu. So, is Madhumangal Prabhu still around? Or he has left? Oh, yes. Prabhuji, please come. Madhumangal Prabhu has been instrumental in establishing many Harinam Sankirtan in ISKCON Delhi. He and Sriniket Prabhu, they both teamed up and they started 24-hour Kirtan in ISKCON Delhi, Shri Radha Parsarthi Mandir, on every Ekadashi. And just by looking at their example, many other temples, the nearby temples like ISKCON Faridabad, ISKCON Noida, and other places, they actually... Yes. Next. Yes. Dadu is next. So, I will request Madhumangal Prabhu to just glorify Aindra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So as Prabhuji was saying that looking at our example, so we are not the one who has established the examples. So there was two things, like my Guru Maharaj, he wanted to have 24-hour Kirtan in Radha Parsati temple. And Shripad Aindra Prabhu said, what is the use of 24-hour Kirtan in Delhi? It is better to have daily Harinam Sankirtan there. And then we have to have, we need to follow both. Then I went back to my Guru Maharaj and Aindra Prabhu said, it is better to have daily Sankirtan on the street in Delhi instead of having 24-hour Kirtan. And you were saying that you need 24-hour Kirtan. So Maharaj said, okay, Aindra is right. Delhi is for preaching. 24-hour Kirtan is already going on in Vrindavan. So what we can do, daily you go for Nam Sankirtan on the street, and on the Ekadasi we can have 24-hour Kirtan in the temple. And because the two Vaishnavas, two exalted Vaishnavas were blessing this program, both became successful. And this Ekadasi Kirtan program is not just followed by the local temples. Even when we went to Mayapur and we told them that we are doing this, every Ekadasi we are doing 24-hour Kirtan in the temple hall. That time Sriniket Prabhu and myself both were there. And then they started there, 24-hour Kirtan on Ekadasis in the temple hall. Otherwise 24-hour Kirtan is already going on in Prabhupada Bhajan Kutir. So these are the Vaishnavas. Whenever they do something, it becomes example. And it is being followed by many Vaishnavas. So like Aindra Prabhu, we are discussing that Prabhuji's mercy, like he's doing Nam Sankirtan, Nam Bhajan. serving Vaishnavas, inspiring many, many. Like Mahadevi Mataji was saying, he was an example, then she said, no, he is an example. Because he's still inspiring many, many people. We know many devotees, they just listen to Prabhuji's Kirtan and they come here, even now. So he is that kind of Vaishnava who can inspire even after his departure, because his Vani is that powerful. So he used to sleep as well. Like some devotee was saying that we have never seen him sleeping, but his sleep was completely different. So I will just tell one sleeping pastime of Aindra. I was at Prabhuji's room and we were having a very long discussion on some topic. And it was quite late, around 1 a.m. at night. Prabhuji said, I am feeling too tired. I think I need some rest. So I said, okay, Prabhuji, you take rest. I will massage your feet. He said, why? I said, I have experience of massaging the feet. I massage the feet of my Gurudev. So he said, keep it reserved for him only. I said, okay, no, I can practice on you then. He started smiling. And then I started giving little massage to his feet and he went to sleep for 20 minutes. 20 minutes, deep sleep. And when he woke up, there was a Shaligram Shila in his hand at that time. He woke up smiling, very happy. He said, oh, it's Shaligram Shila. I said, yes, Prabhuji. Okay, it's the Shaligram Shila. Yes, Prabhuji. I thought I am embracing Shyam Sundar. No, in the deep sleep, he was embracing Shyam Sundara because Shaligram Shila was there. And then he was like, oh, it's the Shaligram Shila. He's Shyam Sundar. So just 20 minutes sleep, he immediately woke up, went to take a bath. By 1:30 a.m., he was back in his room and he started cooking potatoes for his deities. He said, my deities, they like to eat at this time. Of course, that time I was not able to understand what does it mean at this time. Then I came to understand they have just, it's a Ashtakaliya Leela system. So this was like Prabhuji's sleep. He took sleep and even during the daytime as well, 1.5 hours. But this was his sleep. He was not just sleeping. Like Srila Prabhupada says, a pure devotee is always serving Krishna 24 hours a day. So how 24 hours a day? So we explained that even sleep is serving Krishna, because when we sleep, we get good rest and then we serve Krishna. Okay, it's good for us. But when actual pure devotee is serving 24 hours, his sleep is like this. Even in the sleep, he is serving Krishna. He is embracing Krishna. He is giving a God, a lingam to Krishna. This is his sleep. And despite, like Prabhuji was saying, he was always hot. Transiently hot. He was always hot, but while serving Krishna, for the service of Krishna, and many of the devotees who are serving in the 24-hour Kirtan from that time, they know his another side. He was serving Vaishnavas. He has deep feeling for serving the Vaishnavas. Like Prabhuji was saying about 2009, when he made the arrangement for Mataji's on the first floor and Prabhuji on the same courtyard. At night when I was there, he was like a bit painful in his heart. He was feeling a bit sorrow. Among all those Vaishnavas, he has seen who has come and who is not come. And some of the Matajis who were Prabhupada disciples did not come. Some Abhijis did not come. And he was feeling very unhappy that I invited them and they did not come. And next day he went to all of these Vaishnavas. That what was my mistake that you didn't come. So he was like, he was connecting with each and everyone. It's not just impersonalism. We have organized the feast, invited everyone, whoever come, not comes, doesn't matter. Next day he went to everyone and begged forgiveness that maybe I have made some mistake that you did not come for the program. So this was his, like, it's not just Kirtan. He was connected with every Vaishnava lovingly, compassionately, with soft heart. And he was very hot when serving Krishna. And there is some mistake. He used to become very hot. And because of his deep nature, he was extremist. When he's doing any service, that was extreme. Even he broke his clock in the room because of his extreme nature. That clock was disturbing him. So everything was deep, everything was extreme. So his service was also extreme. Even while sleeping, he was embracing Krishna, serving Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So he was very hot while serving Krishna, and while dealing with the Vaishnavas, serving the Vaishnavas, he was very soft, very loving. Exactly, Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj explained about Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. He was harder than the Vajra of Indradev and softer than the lotus flower. This was a nature. He was serving Vaishnavas with loving heart, very soft heart. And while doing Krishna service, extreme. He was extreme in everything. When he was serving Krishna, he was extremely, very deeply, extremely absorbed in the service. So he used to become very hot. Once, he just took the kartal and thrown on someone. It's not a kartal bhajan. Because the devotee was so absorbed in the kartal, he was playing so dramatically, that he just took the kartal. This is not kartal bhajan. This is Nam bhajan. Even though he was playing very nicely. But his focus was not on the holy name. So he is extreme while serving Krishna. He is extreme in all the senses. So similarly, he was extreme while sleeping. Extremely means everything extreme. It's not just not sleeping. But in the sleep as well, he was serving Krishna, embracing Krishna, and is inspiring everyone to serve Krishna. Just think about it. Hare Krishna. I just don't want to take lots of time. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Madhumangal Prabhu. Thank you so much for your wonderful offering. I will request His Grace Mukundat Prabhu to kindly come forward and give his offering. In the meantime, Prabhu will read. Now, Aindra Prabhu is getting inspiration to start 24-hour Kirtan in this passage.
One morning in October, just after breakfast prasadam, Srila Prabhupada's elderly Vrajvasi follower, Kapurji, whom Prabhupada had appointed to handle the temple's financial accounts, approached Aindra, tears streaming from his eyes down into his bushy grey mustache. He told me that he'd just had a dream of Srila Prabhupada, Aindra related. Prabhupada had been crying in his dream, and that had made Kapurji cry too. In the dream, Prabhupada had been imploring him, "Why is there no 24-hour Kirtan going on in my temple?" And as he was telling me about the encounter, it was affecting my heart, and I started crying too. I could understand that it must have been something real. Kapurji was telling me that Prabhupada was crying in his dream, and Kapurji himself was crying, and he was telling me, "Aindra, please, start a 24-hour Kirtan for Srila Prabhupada." So I thought, okay, let's try. And so, on October 12, 1986, Vijayadashami, the anniversary of Lord Ram's defeat of the demon Ravana, Aindra reinitiated Krishna Balaram Mandir's 24-hour Kirtan. He was determined not only to get the 24-hour Kirtan going again, but also to make it last. He felt that there were three reasons why previous attempts had been short-lived. Devotees had not been assigned full-time, the schedules had not been maintainable, and the kirtans had not been integrated into the temple culture. So he established a core of a half a dozen or so devotees for whom the kirtan was their main service.
Garve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. Hare Nama, Hare Nama, Eva Kevalam, Kolau Nastyeva, 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 Gatiranyata. His Grace Aindra Prabhu Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki. So we are very fortunate to be assembled here today for the appearance day of His Grace Aindra Prabhu. So we had the good fortune of having quite a lot of association with him. First time I met him was in New York. I had gone to New York for a little while. Actually, for Rath Yatra 1984, I was supposed to go there only for 1 month, but I stayed there for 3 years. And so Aindra Prabhu at that time, he was there. And he had bus, or he had actually, he had made a temple out of a kind of small bus or truck, which was open at the side. So he had very nicely decorated the truck to the side so it looked like a temple. And so he had his deities with him. And every day he was going out in the streets of New York, 55th Avenue and so on, busy streets, and he was chanting the Maha Mantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So at that time I was Pujari in Radha Govinda temple also, and I used to go also for preaching to the Indian community because I'd learned Hindi. So actually almost every evening or many evenings I used to speak to him. We had a very wonderful, friendly relationship. So of course, usually persons of the birds of the same feather, they flock together, as the saying goes. So usually also even amongst people or devotees, those with a similar nature or same nature, they get well along. So we were getting along very well. And so I was very much impressed by him, by his determination to every day practically go out chanting the holy names, and he only had a few devotees with him. And he was trying to get other devotees, but everyone was busy in the temple in New York. And so there were a few devotees only with him, but nevertheless he was going out every day. After some time they asked me the temple also to take care of the new bhaktas, which I was doing for maybe almost 1 year. So we had made some new bhaktas, and then I used to also go and join him every few days. And then we were chanting together the holy names. So he was very strong in his sadhana. He was extremely austere. For example, every Chaturmas he was following very strict Chaturmas Vrat, which I have not seen anybody else do. Even now, practically I never saw or never heard of anybody doing the Chaturmas like he was doing. Extremely austere, known as Chandrayan Vrat. So starting from the Purnima Tithi, having a full plate of khichdi, unspiced, without ghee, and eating from the floor. So, and having the hands behind the back, and then going down and eating as much as he could. so extremely austere. But he was still doing his chanting, he was doing his deity seva, and he was trying to go as much as possible out on Sankirtan. So, and always speaking about Krishna. Practically, well, no prajalpa, no unnecessary talk. Of course, he has different of opinions. Sometimes the management, devotees, they have their way of doing things and he may not have agreed, or he was asking for some help so he could have more devotees for going out chanting Dhoni names, but he could hardly get anyone. So, but even though he didn't have much help, so but he was going out as much as possible. And but whenever he had some time, then he was giving time to devotees who were with him or who had a good relationship with him, and then talking about Krishna only, or about Mahaprabhu, about Harinam Sankirtan. So that was his life, was Harinam Sankirtan. At the same time, so he was trying to chant the japa as much as possible also, not just 16 rounds, 32 or 64. But at the same time, he was also not fanatic that every day I have to chant 64. Sometimes when he had to do some project, he had to do something, then he was also reducing that for a little while. So then in 1986, he decided to go to India and spend some time there in India. And so he went to Mayapur for the 500th anniversary of the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And then he went to Vrindavan and he decided to stay in Vrindavan. And he was thinking, just like in New York, so we'll have a truck and turn it into a temple and then I will go out. But he was not able to do that for various reasons, so he decided to do 24-hour Kirtan. And as we heard, and he started on Vijay Dashami, 1986, until the end of his life. So he was every day, he was chanting Dhoni names. In the beginning for many hours, because there were not many devotees, 6 hours, 8 hours, and many times the night shifts, because to do the night shift is not so easy. But then he was doing that also sometimes. So at one point, so he also was asked to come on the altar because the pujaris, they had some difficulty with the head pujari. I was not head pujari at that time. I became later head pujari in 92. But that was maybe in 80, and no, in 1990 or 89. So then he was asked to go on the altar. And then he was dressing Radha Shamasundar for almost 8 months, every day. And actually he was dressing the deities most wonderful. And he, in ISKCON, he introduced, so to say, a wonderful style of dressing the deities. In the beginning, everyone was hanging the deities' clothes straight. Everything was straight. And just that's how everyone learned. And even now in many places, the chadars are straight, everything is straight. And like worshipping Lakshmi Narayan, everything is straight. The crown is straight, everything is straight. But he was in Braj Bhav. He had love for Shamasundar. Tribang Lalit Shamasundar, his form is bent in 3 places. And Tribangi, Radharani. Radharani's form is also bent in three places. So, of course, he had read all of Prabhupada's books. At the same time, he was reading the books of the previous acharyas also, which Prabhupada actually recommended in his books. That anyone who wants to know about Bhagavan Bhakti and Bhakta, he must read the Brihad Bhagavatamrita. So, but of course, first we should read Prabhupada's books, but then we may read other books also. So he read, and then he read the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, and then one place in the Chaitanya Charitamrita Prabhupada is writing, and the advanced devotees, they relish this book, Krishna Bhavanamrit by Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. It's about Ashtakalya Leela of Radha and Krishna. So naturally I read that book also, Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami Govind Lilamrita, and practically all the important books of the previous acharyas he had read. So he was completely absorbed in Braj Bhakti, and especially Unadojjalaras, the Gopi Bhav, because ultimately Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he came to give the Yugadharma, the chanting of the holy names, the Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So Mahaprabhu, he was, of course, the deliverer of all the coalition souls who were approaching him, even they may be Vaikuntha Bhaktas or Ram Bhaktas, but specifically he came to give Braj Bhakti. And even there also again, so he came to give Unadojjalaras, the Madhurya Bhav, because Mahaprabhu is not different from Radha and Krishna. So, Aindra Prabhu, he was very learned in the scriptures, especially the scriptures of our acharyas, because different scriptures are there, the Vedas, the four Vedas, Vedanta Sutra and so on. So he didn't go in that direction, because there is no need also, but he was reading the books of the acharyas, which is allowing us to enter Braj, enter the spontaneous platform. So but he was conversant in Prabhupada's books and trying to completely follow Prabhupada's books, but then for better understanding Prabhupada and the Gaudiya Vaishnav's philosophy, so he read the previous Acharya's books also. So he was Shastravid, he was very knowledgeable in the scriptures. He was Siddhantavid. He knew the Siddhanta of the Gaudiya Vaishnav Sampradaya. So, and so he was then trying also to give that to the devotees who were with him, who were approaching him. Because naturally a devotee who has love for Krishna, so he becomes very attractive. And because of his love for Krishna, because of his chanting with bhav, with transcendental emotions, therefore he was very attractive. And devotees, not only devotees, but anyone who was coming to the temple was very much attracted when he was chanting the holy names. In the beginning, many hours he was chanting, different times of the day. Later on, he was chanting in the evening time, just before Sandhyatik, 1 hour before or 2 hours. And then later on, 1 hour, then half an hour before. So, and then so many devotees were coming, and people from Delhi also, maybe from all over India, all over the world, they used to come and then attend his kirtan. It was always packed. And everyone was then very much absorbed in chanting the holy names with Aindra Prabhu. So, and then especially during the festivals also, whenever there was an abhishek of the deities, then Aindra Prabhu was chanting all the time. From the beginning of the abhishek, 10 o'clock, abhishek is over, we are offering bhoga, Aindra Prabhu is still chanting. 12 o'clock doing artik, Aindra Prabhu is still chanting. 1 o'clock, we have to wind up everything. Everyone is going for prasad. But Aindra Prabhu was still chanting when everyone is going for prasad, because he was just so much absorbed in chanting. And the least, he used to take prasad in the evening mostly only. Because the system is when you worship the deities, before worshipping the deities, you cannot eat. So he used to do his chanting japa and then doing kirtan. And then he used to do his puja, but by the way also taking care of his devotees. By the way also speaking to many devotees, he used to come and see him. And when he started speaking, if you had a question, it was not taking, he was not answering just like in 2-3 minutes, but he was answering half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. So then many times he was eating very late at night, like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night, and then sleeping a little bit. Sometimes, so at one point, so he was dressing the deities for a few months. But then, yeah, I like to tell this story because he had a bhav, so he was dressing the deities very beautifully, and after him, then slowly but surely, the devotees, they pick up his kind of very wonderful dressing in a curved way. So it was looking like Radhishama going just now to the dancing. And Radharani actually is in her, how she's holding the fingers, that is Nritya Mudra. She's a dancing pose. And Prabhupada, one time he was saying, that is the dancing pose. And if Radharani is stopping her dance, then everything is finished. Just like in Ras Leela, Krishna is dancing and everyone is dancing, but then Radharani saw so many gopis are there doing Maharaj. Her friends were there, but then Vipaksha gopis, rival gopis, and new gopis who just had attained perfection, first time entering Rasa dance. Then Radharani was thinking, no, I want to dance only with my friends and Krishna. So she left the Rasa dance, and then when Radharani leaves, then Krishna doesn't find so much pleasure, although there are millions of gopis, and he also leaves, and then the Rasa Leela is over. So Aindra Prabhu, he had this bhav, he had the knowledge of the scriptures of Krishna's pastimes. So when he was dressing with bhav, and that could be seen. It was looking like Radha Krishna just dancing there. And so because actually when you dress the deities, the bhav of the pujari will reflect on the deities, and that you can see. Those who are experienced, they can see. So one day, he was dressing the deities, and then whenever he used to then open the curtain, he was first looking if all the devotees are there. So I was there also, ready for darshan, and he had a big smile on his face. I was wondering, wow, big smile today. He opened the curtain, Jai Radha Shyama Sundar Ki, looking at the deities. Oh, Krishna doesn't have the flute. The flute is in Radharani's left hand. Oh, wonderful. Radharani stole the flute. But other devotees, there are many devotees. What nonsense is this? Krishna should always have the flute. And they chastised him like anything. And the next day, he dressed the deities very simple. Not hanging the cloth, because he was just a little bit disappointed. And then he told me, you please take up the seva of dressing the deities. So, because we knew each other from New York, and I was dressing the deities there, and so I was for some time Gurukul, but that was not really my thing, to deal with the small boys who are pulling your legs. So then, then he asked me, I thought it was just summertime, actually beginning May. It was summer break for the school. They said, why did you become Pujari again? I said, okay, fine. And I became Pujari. 1990. So, and then he didn't dress the deities actually for a few years. But then I became head Pujari in 92. Then I had to sometimes dress Krishna Balaram, sometimes Gonitai, and managing the whole show. So then I asked him, and I felt he should dress the deities again. So then I asked him, why don't you dress the deities once a week on Sunday? He said, okay. After maybe 1 or 2 years more, then I said, well, maybe you like to dress 2 times because you dress the deities so nicely. They said, okay. And then every festival we used to dress together. I used to dress Radharani and he used to dress Shyamasundar every festival. And then after dressing the deities, he used to jump out and start the Kirtan after the class. Maybe a little while he was chanting some japa, and then after class he was there for Kirtan during the festivals. And at least 4 hours till like 2 o'clock, or then you have to slow down the kirtan, and then he used to chant more japa. And in evening time again, he used to come, especially on the festivals, and then doing his deity worship and eating prasadam late at night. So that is Aindra Prabhu, so completely absorbed. Like the Goswamis. I haven't seen anybody else being so renounced as him, being so much absorbed. Like the Goswamis. So eating very little. And once a day only. That was his vrat. Once a day he was eating. But first chanting, trying to chant 64 rounds, doing his seva, and then doing his deity worship, and then he was eating. And then, of course, when he was also starting to write his book, so that was another thing. And then, by the way, he was making also the beautiful Kirtan cassettes, Vrindavan mellows, and so on. So that also took a lot of time. So extremely wonderful devotee, empowered devotee, special devotee, advanced devotee. And so many contributions are there. So he's chanting and he attracted so many devotees. Just by hearing him, devotees, they became attracted. Even after he left, I met so many devotees in different places, and they were sharing that, I really like Aindra Prabhu. Especially the young devotees also. I met so many. And also, for example, he transformed the Brahmachari ashram in the old Gurukul building, which is gone. So he wanted Braj mood. So he put Govar on all the walls. And in his rooms also, in some of the rooms. And then a very nice design depicting the gopis and putting wonderful pictures of our deities. And nice decoration, even not only putting gobar, but then beehives and bees and flowers. And in this way, when you went up there, then you're just feeling, well, we are in Braj. Otherwise, you just have the building. So he was fully absorbed in Braj Bhav, and then he was giving the Braj Bhav. So that is a pure devotee. So when you are in his association or surrounding, then you can feel the presence of Braj. She was speaking about Braj, so he was in Braj, and he was manifesting Braj, in Braj. Otherwise, actually there's a covering of the holy dham. So you can see if you go on the streets, many times you can see so much dirt. And by the way, people, even watching Hollywood and Bollywood films, even in Braj, drinking, smoking. So that is not Braj, that is the covering of the Braj. They are on the covering, they are not in Braj. Being in Braj means you are absorbed in bhajan, in chanting the holy names, in remembering Krishna, in serving Krishna. So he was in Braj and he was manifesting Braj for the benefit of the devotees. And therefore he had many devotees attracted to him, following him, and that actually then his cassettes, his kirtans became famous all over the world, and all over the world devotees are there who are followers of Aindra Prabhu. So that shows that is a symptom of a pure devotee. So he's attracting, or just by seeing him or hearing him, then one is attracted and one is impelled to chant the holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So, yes, I was very fortunate to have so much association with him in New York, in Vrindavan, in his room, on the altar, and he came also to my house, Krishna's house in my place, on Govardhan Puja Day, because usually on Govardhan Puja Day we have a special, well, the day before Govardhan Puja, because Govardhan Puja we are in the temple, So on Diwali day, usually I have a program in my house, and we invite some devotee for Govardhan Puja. So I used to invite Aindra Prabhu, and he used to like to come to my place and lead a kirtan, and then we had a nice offering. But then he was usually not hardly eating outside anybody's house. Practically very, very rare. One time I saw him in one program eating something little because he always had to do his puja still. But then we gave him always a big plate of bhoga for his deities so that he could offer and honor the prasadam also. So it was my good fortune to have his association. I learned so much from him. So yes, in regards to blessing the deities, in regards to, of course, the understanding, the Siddhanta of our Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy, and yes, practically I remember him every day because I accepted him as my Shiksha Guru also. So he was elder than me in years and more knowledgeable, and so uh, more things to say, but we don't have much time, and the other devotees also, so I'll stop here. Aindra Prabhu Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Mukunda Prabhu, Haribol, for your wonderful offering. So now I'll request His Grace Madhav Gopal Prabhu to kindly come and give his offering. Madhav Gopal Prabhu is from Govardhaniko village, a very learned scholar of scriptures and very humble devotee, very sweet devotee. Please come, Prabhuji. And coincidentally, he was locked down in the Corona time in Vrindavan. He came to Vrindavan for some special service, but due to the lockdown situation, he could not go, and he chose to serve in 24-hour Kirtan. So he is a melodious singer, very nice devotee. So we'll hear from him. Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. So, obeisances unto all of your lotus feet, all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis present here. So, I was just reflecting on this day how Sripad Aindra Prabhu inspired me personally. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says in Chaitanya Charitamrita that Ananta Guna Raghunathera ke karibe lekha, Raghunathera niyam jena pashanera rekha. This means that Raghunath Das Goswami has unlimited qualities, but like who can count all of them? So just one thing I would say is that his rules were like lines on the stone. So I was just reflecting upon some qualities of transcendental qualities of Sripad Aindra Prabhu. One thing that struck me is everything that he said and everything that he did was following particular mood of particular acharyas, and I would like to share that by my reflections. So let's start with A. A for absorption. Many devotees mentioned here Mahabhagavat Prabhu and Mukundat Prabhu, how he was continuously absorbed in chanting. So Sripad Ramanujacharya says that Bhavati cha smrute bhavana prakarsha darshana samana karata. Simply speaking, it means that the more we absorb, the more we realize in anything. If we absorb in chanting, the more we realize that name and the naam and the nami are not different. So more we absorb in Leela, it is as if seeing the Leela. Absorbing in Leela is as good as seeing the Leela. So that is the principle. And Sripad Aindra Prabhu exemplified that principle of absorption, that Krishna consciousness is about absorbing whatever we do, whether it is chanting or deity worship. Like Mukundat Prabhu was saying that he would worship the deities with bhav. So that bhav, with that bhav only absorption can come. And then let's move towards I. I is for intensity. So many devotees here shared already how everything he did was so intense. His preaching was intense, his chanting was intense. as Mataji was saying in the beginning, that uh, that even the cockroaches and mice are born in the movement. How does it matter? Like we have to. So everything that Aindra Prabhu did was with intensity, and I reflect on that as Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur. He mentions in Radharasa Sudhanidhi that Alam Vishaya Vartaya Narako Koti Vibhatsaya Vrutha Shruti Katha Shramo Pata Bhivemi Kaivalyata. So here he's saying hell with sense gratification, hell with desire for mukti, and hell with desiring for any other spiritual goal also. So we'll see that mood if you have read the book. You will see that same mood, hell with this, hell with that, hell with hell with anything that doesn't please Krishna, please Sri Radha. So that similar mood we see in whatever Aindra Prabhu wrote in that book, Heart of Transcendental Book Distillation. If you he doesn't quote, like, because it's not an academic book, like where you give a suffix and then a short footnote. Oh, this is from Vilap Kusumanjali. Oh, this is from this book. Oh, this is from. So because it was just, what is it called? Heartfelt profusion, right? What first huh? What is it? No. Something offering from within, like first, second, third, fourth, like that, like showers. So it was not an academic book. But if we stress out, we will find some Gaudiya Acharyas. Like I will give one example where Aindra Prabhu writes that let me have millions of hands to distribute books with millions of brains to concoct plans to distribute books. So this is in the line of one of the writings of Chakravarti Pad where he mentions a similar thing. So that theme, we can see that Sripad Aindra Prabhu is exemplifying the theory that, or the text that our acharyas are mentioning. He is the example of that, as they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? And an example is worth million pictures. We can move ahead and say like that. So this is I. Then let's move to N. N for, of course, you might guess, Nam Sankirtan. So one time one devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, who just started chanting holy name, and he asked Prabhupada how to chant holy name. What do I think while chanting holy name? So Sripad Aindra Prabhu said, you should think, who is Krishna to me while I am chanting? Who is Krishna to me? What does your heart say? Is he your friend? Is he your son? Is he your consort? So, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. So, and then you if you think that he is your friend, then you should think that I am chanting my friend's name. And this is very interesting because Jiva Goswami also mentions very similar thing. He mentions that holy name could be chanted in two ways. One is Kevalatvena and second is Sneha Sanyuktatvena. Kevalatvena means without the involvement of mind. So, where was I? Nam Sankirtan. Yeah, okay, we did practical Nam Sankirtan. Okay. So he was mentioning that, so Jiva Goswami mentions that two types of chanting. One type of chanting can lead mukti but not prema. But Sneha Sanyukta chanting, that leads to prema for Krishna. So this is the practical way of, so this is like when you read it in Jiva Goswami's text, it looks like very academic and very heavy. But when Aindra Prabhu said it, it is so practical and so like anybody can think and contemplate and do it. So this is about N for Nam Sankirtan, that he dedicated his whole life for. And then comes D for Dham Nishtha. I think Aranya Vihari Prabhu was only sharing, I can't remember, but Aindra Prabhu was so attached to Vrindavan Dham that one time he threw his passport in Yamuna. I've heard, some of the pastimes are like Laukik Praman, not Shastrik Praman. The Praman is coming from different sources, but he didn't. And then he said that somebody can confirm here, and then he said that now I am so happy, I don't have to go out of Vrindavan or out of India for that matter. So that was his dham nishtha, and he encouraged many devotees. He said that somebody asked Aindra Prabhu, and it reflected his humility also, uh, that why you chose Vrindavan dham. So Sripad Aindra Prabhu said, this is because I am lazy intelligent. Because anything that you do in dham is 1,000 times magnified. So I thought, okay, then if I chant in holy name, it is 1,000 times, like I go closer to Krishna. If I do deity worship, it is 1,000 times I go near Krishna. So that was his dham nishtha along with his humility. And then comes R for Radha Sham. Radha Sham Sundar. We practically see that entirety of Vrindavan is the pastime place of Radha Krishna. But then the temple, Krishna Balaram temple, is a place which is a representative of entire Vrindavan. If I remember correctly, Prabhupada mentioned that I have invited all the holy places of Vrindavan within this temple, right? And if you go zoom in, then Aindra Prabhu's room is mini model of that temple also. Like you see the same Kadamba tree like that is in the courtyard of the temple. Then you have Giridhar Gopal Sham, right? Girdhari Gopal Sham. And at the side you have Balramji also, like his because his elder brother, he is keeping little aloof and watching from distance. So his entire room is mini model of that. And then you again zoom in, then it is Aindra Prabhu's heart, which is even the model of his room. So is Radha Sham Sundar everywhere, in entirety of Vrindavan, in the temple, in his room, and in his heart. So it is Radha Sham R. And last is A. A is for the personality he followed in Nitya Krishna Leela, which is like a riddle. I will leave it up to you. What personality that starts with A? The role model he used to follow, Seva Sadhaka Rupena Siddha Rupena Chatrahi. So that role model, if you read his book or if you hear, if you might have already figured out what, like Prabhuji already mentioned. So I would on this day like would like to pray to Sripad Aindra Prabhu's lotus feet that he bestows his mercy upon all of us, to get Nam Nishtha, Dham Nishtha, absorption, intensity, and love for Radha Sham, and inspire us to follow our own role model ultimately. Hare Krishna. Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Thank you, Madhav Gopal Prabhu. So we have come to almost, winding up the program. Last but not the least, I will request Pandav Sakha Prabhu to come and kindly give your offerings to Sripad Aindra Prabhu. And after this, we will read one passage which was Aindra Prabhu's dream initially when he joined in Srila Prabhupada's movement. So he had a vision. To say it's a dream it's a wrong thing. It's a vision what Aindra Prabhu had, which he actually mentions, and that's there in the biography. We will read that, and after that we will have Pushpanjali, then Aarti Kirtan, and of course then 3 p.m. we have wonderful feast waiting for all of us. So we'll wait to hear.
Hare Krishna. Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Please forgive me. I get very emotional. I had a long association with him from 1992 when I came from Bangalore, and the first time I saw him, he had those gungrus here in his legs, two legs, and he was chanting. It's okay. So, please forgive me. So, I saw that Kirtan with Loknath Maharaj and Aindra Prabhu. That is almost 12 hours. I don't know, I think it was 12 hours, if I remember correctly. And it was just a melodious Kirtan. And my mother was a classical singer, so I was naturally inclined towards singing. So Indra Prabhu had all those melodies which I wanted. Now he also took a lot of melodies from the Hindi Bollywood films, but it was such a nectar. It was a great nectar. So I remember, Vrindavan Mellows Part 1 came in 1992-93, if I remember correctly. It was when this thing. So we in Bangalore temple, I was in Bangalore, I was a brahmachari there, and I was preaching and doing a lot of book distribution. And what I was carrying was, of course, when we make light members and some donors, we give them Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita. So I was just carrying the melody, the part 1, part 2, part 3 melodies, tape, cassettes, those cassettes. So those cassettes I used to give with all the new donors and life members in Bangalore. So, and once I give the cassette, say on Monday, Sunday the person is already in the temple. So I made thousands and thousands and thousands without preaching. Vrindavan Mellows Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, then prayers to then what was the next one? Prayers to the dust of Vrindavan. And those cassettes moved many, many Bangaloreans. And even today, I'm just preaching, I'm hearing and I'm just preaching Vrindavan Mellows to everybody. And I remember the holy, I was there sitting next to him and he was chastising me. He was, Prabhu, listen to the tune, melody, and then you sing. I was going out of tune. I remember the tune also. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. It went on for long hours. It was a holy colors festival, and there was a devotee. He was drunk, 8 foot tall, with a big cap and big dhoti, pajama and kurta like that. How I'm wearing. So he came and he was totally into holy colors, and he was dancing in the courtyard. He was the only man dancing. Everybody was looking at him. Indra Prabhu was singing this tune, Hare Krishna. So he started tearing his clothes. And when Indra Prabhu was like, and it was such ecstatic. I mean, I was looking at him and he was saying, listen to me, listen to what I'm tuning, what I'm singing. You must listen to me. So, and this guy was tearing. He was drunk. I don't know what it was, but it was such an ecstatic moment. And then this thing was happening. And I mean, I could see Indra Prabhu was not sitting on the floor. I could see that he's not sitting on the floor. He was so ecstatic. It was like waves of emotions coming. And that man was going crazy and dancing. I thought he was going to kill himself. He was just tore his clothes. And he just kept tearing his clothes and he was dancing like crazy. And he was the only man dancing. Everybody looking at him. So that was one this thing. Then he made me join. I was a brahmachari. He made me join. What is the rule number 1? Don't look at Western women or Indian women. You're a brahmachari. Stick to The day I even find you looking at them, you're out of the team. So that was just, he kept on and he was very hammering on that. He said, we are devotees of Krishna. We are already serving Krishna and we are females. We are not males. So he just kept hammering that part. Of course, in that time, there were a lot of brahmacharis who were not happy with him because he was too strict brahmachari. They couldn't keep up with him. So, and his singing was so good. It was so good. And his classical singing, in fact, Nitai Prabhu, and he was called to Saregama Pa, India's one of the most classical singers. And then Nitai Prabhu got selected because he was a classical Indian singer. Aindra Prabhu couldn't get selected. That was the most, we all got shocked. He said, he just did like this. I asked him, Prabhu, what happened? Jane do, let it go. He said, because there's no competition when you're doing chanting with pure devotion. So there's no competition. So he already won that. He did more than Saregama. Saregama is only a material classical. So this is like, he is already in the pure bhakti of Radharani and Krishna, Radha Shyamsundar. And even today, whenever I'm alone, I will just, the Kirtan comes and that Kirtan is still there. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. So I just sing, I kept singing, I just keep on singing his tunes. And he inspired many Delhi young boys like you all. And when he left his body, I was in Singapore and it was very hard to believe he has left. And it was very, very hard. So it was very hard, and for me to accept the fact that he left. And I saw his funeral pyre in the KC Ghat, and the devotees, the young boys, they had taken his body. Nobody had the courage to even say goodbye to him because he was so. I mean, it was so. Even today, I cannot accept it. So the only thing which gives me solace is the prayers to that dust of Vrindavan. Sorry. So, part 1, part 2, part 3. So I always just spend my time. The Kirtan I want to listen is only Aindra Prabhu. Of course, there are many, many devotees there. They have great. But what he had, nobody has that. I'm still trying to find out his way of wearing dhoti, just one dhoti and then all winters. And of course, there are so many things, Prabhu. I think I have time for 1 minute. So, and whenever I went to see him, and he was like every time discussing with the devotees, with his team, all Bhagavatam, and I felt very inspired by whenever I went there, and and then his room. If you have seen his room, those times he had made that room, marble room, into a hut. Cow dung everywhere. And then he had his music system to record the Vrindavan mellows and all that. So he had that. And then he lost his voice. I think if somebody can remember, he lost his voice for 1 or 2 months, 3 months. And then I was in Bangalore. I was like shocked because these people want to go and meet him. Bangalore devotees. Who's this singer? Vrindavan Mellows Part 1. Who's this? Show me. I want to go to Vrindavan and see him. So I has to bring all the tour. But now he cannot speak. So for 2-3 months, we had to postpone the tour of Bangalore devotees to come here and see him. So that was the thing. But then later we all prayed for him, very hard for him. And then he got back his voice. And then we were, Haribol! So ecstatic. It was a nectarian voice, which, yeah, he was very, very simple devotee. And some people didn't appreciate him. We didn't know that he's on a very high platform. Because when you're in PhD, a high school guy will come, high school person will come. If you're in the PhD level, so will you be able to relate with the PhD? No, it's not possible. So we are in Vrindavan Dham. This is Goloka Vrindavan Dham. So somebody comes and he talks about Vaikuntha Dham or something, then it's very difficult to relate because we are talking about Braja. The Braja, and Prabhupada said very clearly, we must meditate on Radha Shyam Sundar in Braja, not any other. That's the only thing we must meditate. So that's why we have so many pastimes: Nam Rupa Gula, Nam Rupa Guna and Leela. These four things. When we come here, can you go to Bombay and get all this Nam Rupa Guna Leela? Can you get Gulal Kund, Surabhi Kund? Can you get all these kundas there? No. So you have to be in Vrindavan to taste that. So once you taste that, there is no way material world is over. So I mean, for those who are aspiring, not who have some attachments, and they say don't have friends, don't have parents, don't have wife, and don't have children like that. If you're attached to them, don't come to Vrindavan. And even if you come to Vrindavan, don't go to Yamuna River. And even if you go to Yamuna River, don't see the Tribhanga form. So like that, the acharyas have given a very reverse psychology. So they must come. So when we come here, and we must, and this is all by the mercy of Aindra Prabhu that we all are here, and there are so many will testify that they have become to that level of pure devotional service. So, and sometime I would go, Prabhuji, Vrindavan part 1, part 2 is over, 3 is over, pair to the rest. What else? I have some new ones. Okay, Prabhu, can I give you some money? No, bring some oil for my deities. So I'll go and buy some perfume oil. Then he will, those USB drives and all, those cassettes are over, so I'll use the USB drive and go for that. So, anyways, when he has left his body, so then I don't think so I can believe that even today. So I just need all your blessings so that I can follow in his footsteps and sing something to bring that emotion, bhava, where we can come to that this thing. Then we must come to that level. As they say in Hindi, if अगर पानी में डूबोगे तो क्या होगा? गारंटी है. पानी में डूबने की गारंटी ये है कि आप मर जाओगे. और भक्ति में रसामृत सिंधु में डूबोगे तो क्या होगा? गारंटी है कृष्णा मिल जाएंगे. So those who are drowned in the ocean will definitely die. That is guaranteed. So when you come to Krishna Bhakti, you drown in the ocean of Krishna Bhakti. Guaranteed. What is guaranteed? Radha Shyam Sundar ki jai. Aindra Prabhu ki jai. Sorry for taking your time and sorry for any inconvenience caused. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Prabhu, for pouring your heart out. This was really nice. Thank you so very much. So, at the end, as I mentioned, we will read something from his biography. This is the first week when Aindra Prabhu joined the temple. This is the very first week. One night, at the end of his first week, Eddie had another vision. Practically everyone was asleep, he recalled. My eyes were open. I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, but neither was I directly awake. Then suddenly I heard an amazing sound coming from a distance. It was indiscernible, but extremely captivating, incredible, otherworldly. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. And another dimensional sound, not from here, completely transcendental. It was getting louder and louder, like it was coming closer. At first, the source of sound was not visible, but then I saw it as if it was coming out of a painting. There was no painting, only a wall, but it was like how a painting uses dimensions to give sense of distance and foreground, like a beautiful painting coming to life in multi-dimensions right in front of me. It was unclear at first, but as it got closer, I could see that it was definitely some kind of stampede. A stampede of cowherd boys and cows and calves. Krishna and Balram were there, and they were all coming towards me, out of the wall, beyond the wall, through the wall, so to speak. It was on a different dimensional platform, not confined by this physical realm. It was coming from a spiritual dimension. I could hear the sound of thousands of feet pattering and ankle bells jingling on all the cowherd boys, and thumping of hoofs of thousands of cows and buffalo horns blowing. All kinds of totally blissful, joyful sounds of merrymaking. Boys and cows and all kind of beings were running and playing and laughing. I heard Krishna playing his flute, and cowherd boys were playing theirs. Krishna and Balram were running ahead, and all the cowherd boys, thousands of them, were racing behind them, trying to catch them, running along joyfully. The sound was so blissful. As it came closer, this blissful nature had a more and more direct effect on my consciousness. The experience of Ananda upon hearing the sound was increasing and increasing in my heart. They seemed to be on the platform 4 or 5 feet above the floor I was lying on. It was as if they were walking on a glass. I could see the bottoms of their feet as they rushed toward me. Krishna and Balram and thousands of cowherd boys came from a distance, stampeding over me, and then Krishna was looking down on with me with a beautiful smile, playing his flute and looking at me with enchanting eyes. He was glancing down at me from the dimension, down through the glass, and making eye contact with me. With the incredibly compassionate expression, he was just overwhelming with me with attraction, inviting me to join them with his glance. Don't you just want to be with me? I could hear his flute clearly, really hear it, and I was listening to what he was playing. The sound was so incredible, my hair was standing on end, and as they rushed over me, it was uproarious and tumultuously sweet. They were laughing, bursting with joy, and chasing after Krishna. It was so much fun, incredible fun, and I was experiencing it all. Krishna looked at me in such a sweet and loving way. The Ananda experience of their influence totally overwhelmed me. And then I fell unconscious. All I remember from afterwards is that I woke up next morning wanting to tell somebody about my vision, but was afraid that they would think I was crazy. But the experience convinced me that Krishna was a reality, and this movement was for real. It wasn't that Srila Prabhupada was taking us for a ride and we would end up at the end of life realizing that when you are dead, you are dead. It had been only 1 week, but the experience made me fully convinced of the power and potency of Hare Krishna movement. That there really was a Krishna, that it wasn't just a mythological story. It was formative experience for Aindra, and a memory he held close to his heart for the rest of his life and often recounted to others in emotional detail, tears flowing from his eyes as he preached about this importance of remaining under the protective umbrella of Srila Prabhupada's society. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sripad Aindra Prabhu ki jai. And the very last thing, I will just take 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the devotees who made today's festival successful. The very first, my sincere gratitude I want to express. I requested His Grace Vrindavan Vasi Prabhu from Delhi to come, but he could not make it. I don't know, he must have got some compelling reason not to make it. But Vrindavan Vasi Prabhu is the one who actually donated the whole Lakshmi for the Samadhi Seva, for the Samadhi structure. So big Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. As his name suggests, Vrindavan Vasi, he's always in Vrindavan mood. I've met him so many times, and he really loves Aindra Prabhu so much. Then another devotee, I want to express my sincere gratitude. Dipanshi Sharma Mataji from Mumbai. Single-handedly, she sponsored the whole outfit for the deities in Aindra Prabhu's room for today, as well as the whole feast prasadam. A big Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Then third, I want to express my gratitude to His Grace Rasapriya Prabhu. He and his team, we had a multiple discussion back and forth that how we'll design this Samadhi, and he is the core main designer of this Samadhi, the external structure what we see. So just a little background. So personally, I also had many discussions with Akinchana Prabhu. I presented him idea that from outside I want the Samadhi to be a Vraja theme, looking like Vrindavan. And inside, as soon as we enter the inside, it should be giving the feeling of Harinam Sankirtan. That's what I want. And I also want to give big credit to Vishakha Mataji, good wife of Shruti Kirti Prabhu, he also kept on, you can say, not pressing is the not right word, but some kind of a little push she gave, that as soon as we look Aindra Prabhu's Samadhi, it should look like this is Aindra Prabhu's Samadhi. That's how it should be. So this also inspired me a lot, that yes, she's right. So outside on the two sides, on the left and right side panel, if you see, there are two Kalpa Vriksha with peacocks and parrots on the flying on that panel. And on the rear side or the back side, there's a Tulsi Maharani with some petals of Tulsi leaves falling. And all across on the panels as well as on the, the border which is there on the lower side, there's Gomata, mother cow. There's Golok Vrindavan. That's what it is. And inside, Aindra Prabhu is sitting and Maha Harinam Sankirtan is happening. And these two wonderful Matajis, Narde Mataji and Amriteshwari Mataji, they made it successful within 1.5 days. Once again, I would really express my sincere gratitude to both of you. These two Matajis, they started 3 p.m. day before yesterday. Can you imagine sitting outside? Today is little better, I will say. Yesterday it was so hot. It was more than 40 degrees Celsius. So I was just outside and I was like, oh my God, they are still working. I just gave them 2 bottles of juice and some prasad from Aindra Prabhu's room. But they worked day before yesterday from 3 p.m. until almost like 10 p.m. Yesterday they started at 6 a.m. in the morning and they went until 10:30 p.m. Can you imagine? No break, absolutely no break. Yes, a big round of applause for them. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So really, I mean, I will repeat myself. When I asked them, they were like, yeah, we can do it. It was not very firm answer and I was like, okay. So then I was very kind of paranoid or nervous. Will they really be doing it or able to do it within 1.5 day? 27th we have program and 25th we are washing the Samadhi, still cleaning the Samadhi, etc. But thank you so much, Matajis. You did it. And you are a true recipient of Aindra Prabhu's mercy. Thank you so much. And Narde Mataji, again and again she was telling me, my Guru Maharaj is sitting in front, Kadam Kanan Maharaj, and he's blessing me, he's inspiring me. That's so wonderful. Thank you. Then I want to express my gratitude to Tapamya Prabhu and his Kirtan team who came. And I don't know, I don't see them here, maybe they're tired. Where are they? And of course, our East Delhi team, Kirtan team, yesterday they did night seva, night Ekadashi seva, and now they all are here just to attend the festival after the waking up for the whole night. Then Faridabad, you team, under you Prabhuji, thank you for coming. Mukundat Prabhu, a big thank. Sorry? Yeah, Tapamaya Prabhu, yes, he is appearing on the scene. Thank you, Prabhuji. I was actually wanting you to speak something, but I don't know, you escaped. So Mukundat Prabhu, thank you so much again. Mukundat Prabhu has been our guide, our mentor, our, you can say, spiritual father, a very close associate and friend of Sripad Aindra Prabhu. Whenever I go to him, he always guides me spiritually and devotionally. That's what matters most. He always gives Krishna conscious advice. With the very first thing, whenever he shares a voice note, it's not like a passionate person like me. Okay, Hare Krishna Prabhu, so what's happening? Okay, I'll just come back straight to the point. But the very first thing, he will just chant the mantra Guruve Gaura Chandraya or some pranam mantra or Jai Shila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudev, Jai Guru Gauranga, and then he will come to the topic. That's what a devotee is. And very kindly he extended his entire room for Nitai Shachi Sutta. They are comfortably staying there for many years to come. Thank you so much, Prabhuji. Today whole Samadhi ceremony he did. Okay. Oh yes, how can I forget Madhuri Gaurangi Mataji? Thank you so much. The name on this plate, Aindra Prabhu, the Aindra Das, his years of service, what he did in temple, that Mataji has painted. Thank you so much, Mataji. Then I want to thank Purnima Mataji, good wife of Mukundat Prabhu. Under her guidance, all the Matajis who have done the deities, cooking for the deities, and that Mahabhoga came, which was offered to Aindra Prabhu and Srila Prabhupada and Aindra Prabhu, which is there waiting for you as Mahaprasad. Before you leave to take prasad, just kindly collect some Mahaprasad before leaving. And my wife, she was a part of that crew. She was telling that when Mataji starts cooking, It appears like she has 10 arms. She is like so efficient. She just cooks and cooks and cooks, and she can do multiple things within a very short time. So is Mataji left? She's still there? Okay, okay. Then I want to express my gratitude to Ananya Bhakti Mataji and all her crew team who have done I don't know how many services. Every day these Matajis, she has made a roster. Every day one Mataji comes, serves the whole Samadhi, cleans the whole Samadhi, offer flower garlands, change the water, cleans the photograph, and now you will do in the new structure, new Samadhi. Thank you. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Seriously, I mean, we are sitting here on the stage and just expressing ourselves, but these Matajis, they are working on the background. Tirelessly, they are just serving, and serving. Then I want to express my sincere gratitude once again to whole Vrindavan, ISKCON Vrindavan management, Panchagoda Prabhu, Shrutikirti Prabhu, Janardhan Maharaj, Golokanand Maharaj, and all Vishnu Nam Prabhu, and especially Dharmatma Prabhu. Dharmatma Prabhu has been instrumental in many services. Actually, he helped me to book the prasad. Then okay, we were supposed to have this program in Krishna Balram Hall until yesterday, 3:30 p.m. That was the planned venue, but suddenly some things changed, and then Vishnunam Prabhu and Panchagoda Prabhu and Shrutikirti Prabhu, we all had a video call back and forth few times, but Vishnunam Prabhu was instrumentally said, if I erect a pandal, during the night, is it possible for you? I said, Prabhu, seems difficult. Within one night, the pandal with the coolers, with the water arrangement. He said, you don't worry about it. We will take care of that. And he asked Srinivas Prabhu to work closely with me. And you are seeing this. Of course, I know it is a little austere, a little hot from the top. But thank you so much for your patient listening to all the offerings. And my sincere gratitude to all of you. My mental dandvat unto your lotus feet. So please, and thank you so much for your love for Aindra Prabhu. When these two Matajis were painting, I asked them, have you ever seen Aindra Prabhu? They said no. I was like, really? I mean, so much love for a pure devotee. And that too when they have not even seen or met him ever. It is just, they have done Vani Seva so far. Now it was the first time they could do a Vapu Seva directly. So, and this is not just correct for, not correct just for them, this is correct for all of us actually, who have met or not met. The pure devotee or like Srila Prabhupada and his disciples, like Aindra Prabhu, we need to only serve their instructions. We need to take that on the heart and in our life and soul. That's what we need to do. Thank you so much to all of you. Now it is time for Pushpanjali. Mukunda Prabhu will guide us how to proceed further. And as I mentioned, before leaving this venue, please collect your small portion of Mahaprasadam. There's a team there who will do the distribution. If it is not, kindly some devotees please volunteer to manage it nicely. And even for Pushpanjali, we have ample of amount of flowers. Don't rush, don't do a stampede, as Aindra Prabhu said, don't do a stampede. Come gently, pick up flowers and offer it. If you want to offer it here, do it. You want to offer in the Samadhi also some portion, you can take there also. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki. Sripad Aindra Prabhu Prakatya Divas ki. Jai. Gaur Premanande. Vancha Kalpatarusha. Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Need this thing?
Hare Krishna. So please distribute the flowers. And so we'll chant together because we don't have so much time. We are running a little. Maybe just Hare Krishna Karuna and his mantra. Hare Krishna. So we'll chant together the Mangalacharan, but we'll keep it short and then we'll chant Aindra Prabhu's mantra one time and 3 times you can offer flowers. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येनं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरुन् वैष्णवंश्च श्रीरूपं सागरजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादं सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितंश्च हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कान्त राधा कान्त नमस्तुते तप्त कंचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वंशकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैता गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण पृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीपाद ऐन्द्रदास प्रभु जी इति नामिने नमस्ते श्रीपाद ऐन्द्राय नम रस विनोदिने नित्य जानव सर्वस्व श्री राधा श्री संगिने Aindra Prabhu ki, Aisa Pushpanjali, His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki, Aisa Pushpanjali, His Grace Aindra Prabhu ki, Aisa Pushpanjali, Srila Prabhupada ki, Sisi Nitai Satchisuta ki, Sisi Krishna Balaram ki, Sisi Radha Shamasundar ki, Go Premanande Hare Hare Bol.
No, I don't think so. Now? Yeah. संसार दावानललिढलोक त्राणाय कारुण्य घन घनात्वम् प्राप्तस्य कल्याणगुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्द.
I will request all the Prabhujis to come one side and give chance to Matajis to come forward and do their flower offering. Please move this side. All the Prabhus this side, please.
वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्द. वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्द. वन्दे महाप्रभो कीर्तन नृत्य गीता वादित्रमाध्यन् मनसुरसेना महाप्रभो रोमाञ्चकम्पश्रुतरङ्गभजो वन्दे गुरो श्रीचरणरविन्द. श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना शृङ्गारतन्मन्दिरमर्जनादौ
युक्तस्य भक्तांश्च नियुञ्जटोऽपि वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द हे वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द हरिर्चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद स्वादन तृप्तां हरिभक्त संगा हरे कृतैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द कृते श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार श्रीमाधुर्य लीला गुणरूप नाम्ना हरिर्प्रतीक्षण स्वाधनलुलुपस्य वन्दे गुरु श्री चरणरविन्द प्रतीक्षण निकुञ्जयो नो रतिकेलि सिद्ध्ययायालि वीर्योक्तिरपेक्षणीया हरे तत्रातिदाक्षादतिबलभस्य वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द हे वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द साक्षात् हरित्वेन नमसशास्त्रे उक्तस्तथा भाव्यत एव सद्भिः साक्षात् समस्तशास्त्रे अरे किन्तु प्रभुर्या प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरु श्री चरणरविन्द किन्तु प्रभुर्या हरे यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसादो यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कटोति यस्य यायान् स्तुपंस्तस्य शस्त्रिसन्ध्यां वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्दम् हरे वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द हे वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द हे वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द ओ वन्दे गुरु श्रीचरणरविन्द वन्दे Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Oh, Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Bolo Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Ah, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Oh, Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Vaishnav Thakur. Jai Aindra Prabhu, Jai Aindra Prabhu. Jai Aindra Prabhu, Jai Aindra Prabhu. Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Aindra Prabhu. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Bhaja Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Prabhuji's can take prasadam from left hand side of the stage and Mataji's from right hand side.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Prabhuji can take Mahaprasad from the left hand side of the stage and Mataji's from right hand side.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama. बोलिए बोलिए बोलिए. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama.